The party is either way.
Stephen Miles, he was walking just down the road here.
Long time viewer, first time on the show. You can call me anytime.
Of all the stations and the clamouring journalists of Australia, she did the first interview with this kid.
Great story also of how our democracy is being run by high school students.
I think the question everyone wants to know at this point is, will you quit the Labor Party?
Look, when I was crossing the floor, I crossed it knowing that there was going to be the potential expulsion as a consequence.
Live on 6 News, this is the Northern Territory Decides Election 2024.
It's just gone 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, 5:30 p.m. in the Northern Territory, where polls are about to close for the 2024 general election. You're watching 6 News live all night with complete coverage as the top end decides on who will lead them for the next 4 years. Another 4 years of Labor, or a return to the CLP, or could we see a hung parliament? Possibly the first ever Greens member of the Northern Territory Parliament. What could happen here? There's been basically no polling for the past 4 years up in the top end, so what information are we going off? Pretty much nothing, but we're going off vibes, we're going off a brand new election calculator and a supercomputer, and we're going off the best election coverage and the best election team in the country. We'll be here all night for you. Polls, of course, are closing in half an hour. The NT is half an hour behind, so at 6:30 Eastern Time, polls will have closed in the NT, but just under half an hour to go now. And look, most people would have had their votes in. I think early voting was down a bit. You can understand the COVID impacts from 2020, but it is going to be a massive, exciting night. We have been preparing for this for a while, and look, it is going to be absolutely huge. So much to unpack. We're going to get to our interview with election and polling analyst Kevin Bonham soon, and also talk about all the latest developments regarding the independence campaigns and the Greens. And as I mentioned before, just 4 parties, if you include independents, contesting this. 3 registered parties are contesting this election. It's really not that many. So we'll have all the details for you in all 25 seats, and we're bringing you those throughout the evening. A lot else going on in the world at the moment, of course, and for that we'll head over live to the newsroom. Here's Austin Pollock.
Leo, thank you. We will get back to the NT election in just a moment, but to the other stories making news right now. And US Vice President Kamala Harris has pledged to chart a new way forward as she formally accepts the Democratic Party's presidential nomination. Harris accepted the nomination at the end of the Democratic National Convention and days of speeches in Chicago. In her speech, she warned of the dangers of Donald Trump, with no guardrails, saying the former president was an unserious man, but the consequences of him returning to the White House would be extremely serious.
On behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks, on behalf of my mother and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with, people who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another. On behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America. And with this election, our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward.
Harris is the first woman of colour to be the presidential nominee of a major party in the US. Returning back home now, and all branches of the construction arm of the CFMEU have been placed into administration effective immediately. The move follows claims of bullying, corruption and criminal infiltration centred around the union's Victorian branch, with the federal parliament also passing legislation that allows for a takeover of the union for a minimum of 3 years. The move removes almost 300 union officers from mostly volunteer positions and another 11 from paid jobs. Branches in WA and the ACT have also been affected, despite reports that they may be omitted from being placed into administration. Victorian barrister Mark Irving has been appointed as administrator. Queensland Independent MP Stephen Andrew has filed paperwork to join Canada's Australia Party after being disendorsed by One Nation. Andrew was dumped by Pauline Hanson earlier this month, leaving her party with no sitting members in the state parliament ahead of this October's election. The Australian is reporting Andrew has formally put in his paperwork to join the KAP. Now, if he passes the vetting process, it will give the minor party 4 MPs, double that of other minor parties in Queensland Parliament right now, the Greens, who currently have 2. The move will leave the KAP in a strong position to hold the balance of power and potentially give support to Labor or the LNP in the event of a hung parliament. Alright, that is 6 News for now. You can stay up to date by heading over to our website and by following us on social media at 6NewsAU. Stay with us now. Let's head back to our live coverage as the Northern Territory decides.
You're watching the Northern Territory Decides Election 2024.
You're back live with us here for the 2024 Northern Territory General Election. We've got coverage right throughout the evening. Stuart Jeffrey and Maggie Perry will be with you, and we've got our predictions locked and loaded. Largely on the same page, I'd like to think we've all got. Maggie, I'll get to you first. What are you tipping in terms of, I guess, how these parties are going to end up at the end of tonight?
Seats that are held with at least a margin of 10%. There's Fanny Bay, which is only held by about 2%, but I think Labor, alongside their strong Greens campaign in that seat, will probably keep Labor in hold of that area. In Southern Darwin, I think seats like Thong Lim, Port Darwin, especially Blaine, will fall to the country Liberals. They don't have much of a Labor margin here, just maybe 100 votes or so. And in the regions, I think that country Liberals will probably hold on to the seats they have of Barkly and Catherine, but Labor could make a strong showing in these areas, even with a swing against from territory ride. So I think that it will likely be something sort of 11 seats for Labor, 11 to the country Liberals, and 3 seats for independents, of which most are pretty strongly in their hands.
Yeah, I think that graphic shows a 3 under the independents, not Greens. We'll talk about the Greens in a moment. Stuart, I'll get to you as well. You're also, you're tipping somewhat similar. I mean, look, there's only 25 seats. Really, we're all tipping, -1 or +1 to each other. But what do you reckon is going to happen tonight? Muted.
At this point, I had. There we go. At this point, originally I had Labor ahead of CLP, but with the latest numbers I've looked at, I also had CLP ahead. Again, looking at a minority government there, I don't think looking at getting a CLP government in its own right, which will of course require 13 seats, I think the best bet definitely is going to be relying on the independents, and like Maggie, I don't have the Greens winning a seat. I'm sorry, Leah.
Well, I will give our Greens viewers something to smile about. Well, actually, maybe it's a kiss of death. Maybe they shouldn't be happy with it, but I have tipped them to win one seat, which would be their first ever seat. I've got Labor at, what do I put the numbers at? Labor at 9, the CLP at, how many did I give them? 12? Greens at 1 and Independents 3. Is that 25? I can't do maths. I'm sure that's 25. There it is, yeah. 12 CLP, 9 for Labor, 1 for the Greens, and 3 Independents. Now, that would put the CLP just 1 seat off the numbers they need, but Labor could theoretically form government. I don't think that's impossible. It's about whether they want to negotiate, and especially if they want to negotiate with the Greens in that position, which they would have to. The Greens would become pretty key there, and as I said, right, they have never been in before. Look, regardless of whether they win or not, Maggie, it has been interesting because up there, back. It has been interesting because they have run probably their biggest campaign ever in the Territory. They have targeted a number of seats, Fanny Bay, Nightcliff, both former Chief Minister seats, and also they've kind of tried to expand their vote elsewhere, which has been particularly interesting to see. What do you think? You're not tipping him for a seat, Maggie, but what do you think a good result would be? Making two-party preferred in at least one of them?
I think a good result would be probably just 1 seat. I think they're looking at, obviously 0 is pretty likely, but maybe 1 or 2 would be a great success. I don't think they'll get anything more than 3. They're mainly running in these freeway contests of Fanny Bay and Johnston, which their main goal here is jumping over the Labor Party in primary. Country Liberals aren't too much of a threat here. But they've still got a long ways to go. They need a 6% swing in Fanny Bay. They need something bigger in Johnston. There's also Breitling, which is in Alice Springs. They've only got about a 9% primary here, but they've put a lot of resources and done a lot of door knocking in this area. So I think we should look out for them in that seat too. There's also Nightcliff, which they're facing a former Chief Minister in that seat, I believe, and it looks like they will not be able to win here, but the goal is to come second.
Yeah, and if they can achieve that, I'm sure they'll claim it as a win of sorts anyway. It's about whether they can do that, and we've covered earlier this year, Maggie, haven't we, in like Queensland, for instance, where the Greens have been pushing to at least get to second, and they've set themselves high ambitions before. They set themselves high ambitions for Brisbane City Council. I don't think they got exactly where they wanted to for that one, but whether they can pick up one here, I mean, it would be historic, just a single seat. Again, given they have never, ever won a state seat in the Northern Territory. They've only had councillors. That is the only jurisdiction in the country where that applies, which is particularly interesting to note. Stuart, I'll get back to you as well, because it has been interesting seeing, I guess, where the CLP has ended up in recent times federally, right? They've got only one federal representative, Jacinta Price, obviously is a senator. That's no surprise that the CLP has a Senate seat there with only 2 Senate seats in existence in the NT. They don't hold any House seats at the moment, and they have really been facing some struggles, right? They were down to 2 seats after the 2016 election. They've managed to get themselves a bit back up since then. I mean, would anything less than a majority, I guess, be a bit, of a tough night for them? Like, they obviously want to get into government some way or other, but just they were such a force in Territory politics. What do you make about how, I guess, they'll be feeling?
Yeah, I think looking at, they've got, 7 seats now? They need 13 for majority. That's basically doubling the seats they have right now, and that I don't think is possible. Yes, they've gone up from having the 2 back in 2016, went from 2 till 7 in the last election, given the independents jumping around a bit. So not exactly the same result as after the 2020 election, but definitely I think they are looking at having a bit of a chance, looking at the post-COVID elections. Labor performed well during those elections during COVID. Not so much now, of course. We've got Labor probably going to lose the Queensland state election. They currently have the government there as well. I don't think the CLP can overcome it enough. I think the Voice will play a role here, and I know that's the elephant in the room. I think it'll be good for the Greens because the Greens can rely on Labor not delivering, so they can rely on the more progressive vote from that. And the CLP, of course, is relying heavily on the crime argument, and they're looking at Alice Springs, for example, but also looking at the suburbs in the northern in Darwin as well. I know they have had some success there in the past. Labor, of course, took a bunch of those seats in the 2020 election, but I think post-COVID, Labor's hold is less than solid there, especially given that they're now on their third chief minister in one term.
That is something I don't think we can understate. 3 chief ministers in one term is quite an extraordinary set of circumstances. Natasha Files, I actually forgot, to be honest, until this week that she was recontesting. I would have thought she'd retire after, stepping down after what she was in for, a year and a half, something ridiculous like that. This, of course, you want to see this on screen. This is the layout of the NT Parliament before tonight. So not the last election. Labor had 14 majority, just. CLP was 7 and 4 independents. Now, at the last election, it was 2 independents, 1 Territory Alliance, 8 CLP, and also 14 Labor. So there's been a bit of mixing and changing up. There's the Territory Alliance impact, and I guess how they fell out of favour pretty fast. The Greens, of course, have not got in there before. I'm going to keep saying that, but it will be interesting. That is, I think, the one to watch tonight. We'll be watching Fanny Bay and Nightcliff for you. Look, a lot else going on in the NT world at the moment, and I guess you mentioned some of the key issues there, Stuart, but something that's been really hard for us. There is no polling. There has been literally no polling since the 2020 election. I think there was one which included shooters, fishers, but that's irrelevant now. What should we be going off, do you reckon, in terms of, should we be looking at the federal election results? Because we really are struggling to go off anything but vibes at the moment when we've got no polling up there. And I get it's tough to do polling, but yeah.
We've got 2 data sets. We've got the Voice, and we've also got the federal election from 2 years ago. They're the only polling that we have. Of course, the Voice, Northern Territory did vote against the Voice, but the issue there is more remote communities had a strong Aboriginal presence, and whether or not they voted, and that's probably getting into too much for now before we get too controversial with that, which always happens whenever you mention the Voice. But also looking at 2022 polling as well, but as you mentioned, they've only got, CLP only has 1 senator. They don't have any House of Reps seats, which doesn't exactly follow the trend in the Parliament in Northern Territory. Based on the figures from Northern Territory's Parliament, you'd be looking at 2 MPs for Labor, or maybe having one CLP in there. It's hard to estimate based off those figures as well. Again, looking at the post-COVID effect, also looking at the crime argument, which has been very strong in remote Queensland. I say remote, Toowoomba as well, which was apparently regional, and the Northern Territory as well. So that to play into it, then you say, well, do we want to base our figures based off regional Queensland and the council elections there, because you've got the same impact of crime there in regional Northern Territory, and then you start making conclusions that are based off nothing. So you're absolutely right. The polling figures we have aren't the most accurate. I don't even know if we're going to have a very accurate exit poll after this.
We're going off vibes-based coverage here tonight. Just quickly, by the way, we're seeing Eva Lawler on screen at the moment there. She's representing Drysdale, that's in Palmerston, which of course is the second largest city, isn't it, in the NT? Yeah, Alice Springs is a town. Anyway, that is held on a margin of 5.5% by the Chief Minister. She has told the ABC, and I'm just looking at it now, she's admitted she is concerned about losing her seat. Now, she only won it a couple of years ago in 2016, a couple of elections ago. but she could lose her seat. Now, that wouldn't be unheard of in the NT because Adam Giles, the Chief Minister, the CLP Chief Minister, lost his seat in 2016. I guess just as a symbolic thing, Stuart, how bad would that be if the Chief Minister lost her seat? Especially if, and maybe we're getting a bit too into hypotheticals, but the Chief Minister loses his seat and thus the Labor leader loses her seat, but the CLP doesn't get a majority. What could we see here with those kind of circumstances? Which, I mean, I don't think it's a non-zero chance.
Yeah, look, again, you've got the issue of, who again, there's the option of the Natasha Files. If she retains, but Eve Lawler is out, well, then the question is, can Files contest again? Can she try and take over the leadership again? Because she has that history. Of course, Mark McGowan no longer in, so you do have to rely on something like that. Northern Territory, Chief Minister out, Western Australia, Premier out, South Australia, Premier out. Obviously, he lost government. Victoria Premier out. All these COVID era premiers, and the question is, does that apply to Eva Lawler, and does that apply to Natasha Files?
Meanwhile, Andrew Barr's not going anywhere in the ACT. Look, while we've been talking about polling, we spoke to Kevin Bonham recently. Dr. Kevin Bonham, he's an election and polling analyst, and really we went over, going over from the 2020 election, how the race is now shaping up. Here's a bit about the interview.
The Territory Alliance was massively hyped populist party around former Premier Terry Mills, and at some stages there were very dubious polls out claiming that it was going to win a huge raft of seats and be on the verge of forming government and so on. This was never really very credible. And in the end, they only won one seat. So I think they only made that was very narrowly, and I think they only made the two candidate preferred in one seat. There are stray votes floating around that will go to back to the major parties or to the Greens or Independents. But it's interesting that nobody else has shown up to pick up the slack. We've got quite a low number of candidates in this election, generally the lowest since 2008. And we don't even have more independents than the last time.
In terms of the Greens, we'll start there, right? They've never had a seat in the NT Parliament. That is the only state or territory parliament they've never been represented in. They've got a couple of councillors at the moment, and they do have somewhat good votes in a couple seats, including, I believe, the seat of Natasha Files. Are they a chance at all to finally pick up something? Because this is their only chance. There is no upper house they can swoop in and get some votes in the NT.
But they are making a big effort. I think this is going to be their biggest campaign so far, from what I hear from people on the ground in terms of the kinds of door-knocking effort that they're putting in and so on. There are a few seats where they tend to poll about 20 or so. Rockliff was one of those. Problem is that it's been a very safe Labor seat, so they haven't been able to win it so far. I don't have any particular seat on my radar that they're likely to win, but they do seem to be coordinating well with the independents in terms of targeting different seats and so on. So we will see.
Now, this election seems to be Labor's to lose at this point. They've obviously been in for quite some time. They were obviously out. We saw with the CLP about a decade ago, but that, it didn't last long. Longer story that we could, of course, go into. Where do you rate in terms of their chances at the moment? Because really, again, when you consider that it is, a single house, single member electorates, it's going to be, and mind you, like a really small amount of seats as well. It's looking like either it's just going to go minority government or CLP based off, I'm going off the vibes. What do the actual stats tell us?
But one thing I've noticed in looking at NT elections, people sort of poke fun at NT elections and say, there's hardly anybody votes there. It's like they're like council elections. They're like small council in some other parts of the country. But they do actually behave in some ways like state elections. They follow the same trend as as state elections in terms of it's a disadvantage if the same party is in power federally. So when it's now a disadvantage for Labor that they are in government federally, and that's alone, plus the fact that they've been in power for 8 years, and it's also been a scrappy term for them. There's sort of the cases where a government has 3 leaders in the one term. It's not a very common thing, and it's usually associated with a bad result.
Yeah, absolutely. We all saw what happened with Natasha Files. You have to remember that resignation was actually only just a few months ago, relatively. If Labor does end up losing here, be that somewhat significantly or in a landslide, and we'll get to the polling in a moment, but would that mean anything, or should we read anything into the next federal election for that? Let's say it's held in May 2025, as is somewhat likely. There are only 2 House seats in the NT. The Senate, of course, is evenly split, always has been really, with ALP, CLP, and the Senate won't be expanding in the NT. Should Labor be concerned federally if this territory result goes wrong for them?
I wouldn't read too much into that. It can even be, if that does happen, it can even be that voters use the territory election to let off steam and then go back to voting how they would have in the federal election. Usually the causality works the other way around, like federal politics influences state election results. The influence of state and territory election results on federal politics is a lot less clear. Sometimes you see something. I take it more if Labor does lose, it's an interesting pointer towards Queensland and an interesting pointer towards what will happen in other state elections while Labor is in power.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, in terms of the polling, significantly less polling than we might see for a federal, Victorian or New South Wales state election, even in places like where you are yourself, Tasmania, and we've had very limited polls, I guess, in the term itself, in the years that we've had here. What do the polls that we know of that are somewhat credible actually telling us about how this election is going to play out?
So there's been 3 polls since late last year. There was a Redbridge one late last year showing Labor going absolutely terribly, but that was while Files' leadership was in its crisis stage. So I don't think that's representative anymore. There was a Freshwater poll which had Labor behind 54-46. There was a UCOMS poll which was confined to Darwin and Palmerston, which was for an environmental group, and that wasn't so bad for Labor. That suggested that their vote was holding up reasonably in the Darwin area. A poll by UCOM's last election was actually very good, and that was a similar poll that was only of the same area. But UCOM's is a pretty erratic pollster. Freshwater is not much tested in this environment. It's got a pretty good federal record. It's really hard to place much weight on any of these, except they're all sort of within the range of outcomes we might get.
And obviously you're more in the business of looking at what those polls do say. But do you have a feeling about how this is going to go based on, as you say, right, the trends? We've seen polls. We obviously have seen 3 leaders in one term for a government, which is pretty extraordinary and not usually a good sign. So how do you see this playing out? And of course, as we've said, right, it is going a bit under the radar, right? It's in 2 weeks, and a lot of people know nothing about how it's going.
Yeah, it's had very little media attention until the last couple of weeks. It's been very little in the national press about this. It's sort of crept up on us all. I'd say that Labor is, based on historic patterns, they would seem to be likely to lose seats. The question is it enough, and who do they lose seats to? Do they lose a raft of seats to the CLP, or do things get messier in terms of seats going to independents, independents retaining their seats? Can the CLP get close to a majority on that basis? I mean, it is, if you get a substantial swing, the CLP could could win a majority. You could see something like a flip of the current arrangement. But with so few polls, it's really very difficult to say. Just wait and see what happens on the day.
Absolutely. One, I guess, historical note from this is that there is a seat that the ALP isn't contesting. It was a seat that the CLP didn't contest back in 2020. It's independent held. We really don't see this often, do we? There was the case of a major party not contesting the seat. There was the Liberals in Richmond in Victoria in 2018. They didn't bother to endorse there. But it is pretty extraordinary. And I guess the NT, it kind of makes sense that it's happening there, given the few amount of candidates that run anyway. And I note that I think it may be only a decade ago or so, there were a couple seats in the NT election which didn't even have a contest, which were actually just running unopposed at one point. So you do see these low candidate seats. What do you make of this particular seat and the government just not bothering to put up a candidate there?
Yes, we had this in the Tasmanian Legislative Council a few years ago, a seat got elected unopposed as well. So it does still happen sometimes. In this case, we do have a CLP opponent for the incumbent, India Mark Weiler. It's an independent who was elected by, I think, 5 votes the first time around and then shored up his margin the second time. And this is a mainly Indigenous seat. The Labor happy with him and have decided not to bother running against him. They presumably don't think they can beat him anyway. So this is quite handy for psychologists because it means that this seat is out of the two-party preferred votes 2 elections in a row. So for two-party preferred vote basis, we can just ignore it in terms of the Northern Territory 2PP. We don't have all this mess about talking about, this seat was in the 2PP last time, now it's not. But it'll be we'll see if the CLP are competitive against him there.
And as you can see there, polls in the Northern Territory have now closed. So remember, they're half an hour behind, but polls have closed in the NT, and we are going to get results to trickle in. Now, maybe they'll trickle in, maybe they'll just, flood in at one random point, and, I don't know. We'll get them eventually, I reckon. Hopefully better than the Electoral Commission of Queensland in Brisbane last election. But enough about that. This is going to be something that we'll start to get in. We'll bring you those results live. And yeah, by the way, of course, let us know your thoughts. Let us know your predictions in the live chat. We would love to hear them. Do you think the Greens are going to win a seat? Let us know. I think yes. Call me woke for that. I don't know, but I think they will get a seat. I will probably be wrong, though, as usual. Other than that, well, we can all pretty much just wait, about 2 hours until results come in. We can all just log off for the night. Nah, what am I kidding? We'll keep these, we'll keep everyone on. Stuart, to you first. It has been interesting seeing, I guess, the rise of a lot of minor parties in recent years. But we're seeing, apart from the Greens, none in this election. It's literally just Labor, CLP, Greens, Independents. Do you think that could help any particular party with, I guess, avoiding a preference leakage? Like, could this help maybe the Greens who are wanting to get in but don't want to split it amongst other kind of left-wing, or the CLP not wanting to split it amongst right-wing? Do you think there's anyone this could particularly benefit, or could it be spread out?
Well, I think it's interesting interaction. In Queensland, you've got no upper house, which means you've got MPs trying against the lower house. Usually parties do better in the upper house, independents do better in the lower house. See the federal election for the Teals, as an example. In Queensland, without having an upper house, you've got to be more eccentric or really put yourself out there to be elected to the lower house if you're in a party. And that's worked for Katter and Pauline Hanson, for example. Of course, Katter's party, I should say, at a state level. Northern Territory hasn't followed that. Of course, there's no upper house in either of the territories. I'm going to plug Commonwealth Knowledge 102 there. When that comes out, we're talking about that issue there with territories having less representation.
Absolutely. SIXNewsAU.com. You can check out all the latest GovCheck content.
Or the GovCheck Twitter account, X account. At GovCheck6. Humble plug there, but yeah, in in the ACT, you've got the hair and clock system there, so it's weird elections. But in the Northern Territory, you've only got the upper house, you got a lower house, no upper house, but you don't have the Queensland effect. And I think that's very interesting because at a surface level, it's the exact same setup. However, the issue is that you've got a more diverse spread of voters. You've got Alice Springs, more regional, and you've got Darwin at the top, and then a spread of other towns and cities in the northern half of the Northern Territory, and then you go more remote. So it's harder for parties to go for it because they can't represent the views of people throughout Northern Territory very well. Independents can pinpoint their seat and go, we're going to represent people from these issues in these seats. But because you've got such a diverse community in the Northern Territory, parties have a harder time. They've got to make more general appeals. Territory Alliance, they tried to go with more local appeals. It didn't really work for them. And that's an issue that the Greens could face here. Exactly, but that's an issue that Greens could face here is you've got that diverse community. Can they manage to make that local appeal that has so far eluded other parties that are contesting in the Northern Territory?
Well, for what it's worth, I don't believe the Greens are contesting all seats. I might be wrong on that. No, they aren't. They definitely aren't contesting all seats, which is unusual. They usually tend to put up contests. But again, evidently they're not for whatever reason. Well, actually, no, there are obvious reasons, including the fact no chance, can't find candidates. That happens when it's pretty remote. So we'll see the impacts of that. But again, the Greens have targeted, I guess, 3 key seats, which could help them out here. Maggie, I'm interested in your thoughts on the Greens. I know you're not a Greens for 1 seat tonight believer, but you know, at what point do they finally crack it here in the NT? Because surely every other state and territory has had Greens in for a while now. Like WA might have been the last one, SA, but they've all had them at some point. The NT has just been greenless for some time here. What point do you think they'll be able to crack in? Because it seems like it's a pretty decent opportunity tonight.
Well, I think the main barrier for the Greens is in every single state and territory, bar Northern Territory and Queensland, there is some sort of proportional system that obviously makes it a lot easier for the Greens to enter Parliament, usually in the upper house. In Queensland, they've got very strong green locations in Brisbane, but the problem is that Northern Territory is a single member electorate place with no sort of proportional electorates, which makes it really hard for them to enter a parliament without outright winning a majority of preferences in a lot of these seats. And the Greens really haven't focused a lot of resources here in the past. There's never been a winnable House seat or a winnable Senate seat to focus on. So I think once they start pouring resources into it, which it looks like they have in a handful of electorates, they could really break through. If they don't do it this election, probably 2028. But I think unless the Greens were to suddenly implode, they'll definitely win a seat here sometime soon. It's just a waiting game.
And of course, I've already got some local government representation. We'll see how that goes in the 2025 NT local elections. Why don't I just keep the plugs going, localelections.com.au. So we'll have to wait and see that. I just mentioned it before with Stuart, before that Kevin Bonham interview. Eva Lawler, her seat's on 5.5% as the incumbent Chief Minister. Do you reckon she's got a chance of losing it? And what could we have happen if Labor's still in a position to form government, but Lawler's not there?
I think it's very, very unlikely that Lawler loses her seat here. She's the first Labor MP to ever be re-elected in Palmerston electorate, and I think that says something about her popularity. She's been MP for 8 years, and incumbency is super important in these tiny electorates where it's very local. So 5% margin. I think she has a lot of a stronger profile there, especially now that she's chief minister. I don't think she's going to lose here. The thing is, Palmerston, I think it's an area where there'll be a big swing to the country Liberals. I can't be 100% certain on that. There's been some very lackluster polls, but it's an area that will probably swing to the country Liberals, and if she were to lose her seat, I doubt it would be Natasha Files running for leadership. I think we'll see someone else. I think Chancey Peach, I think that's how you say their name, would be probably a strong contender for leadership if she were to lose her seat, or if Labor were to lose the election.
Peach seems like a nice guy. I think I asked to interview him, actually. Maybe it was for Between Parks Place and Capitol Hill. I don't know. Would love if he got back to us. And Natasha Files, she promised publicly on Twitter she'd come on. But no, I no hate to Natasha Files. Would love to have her on eventually, even though she said she'd come on a year ago publicly on Twitter. I spoke to ABC Darwin about it. But yeah, it was. Thank you, Stuart. It was for Between Parks. Anyway, it's enough. We're all friends of NT Labor here, aren't we? No one clipped that. So possible big swing in Palmerston. She's got a personal vote, you'd think, as you say, right, being re-elected in Drysdale. And I think she said on the ABC, right, she didn't expect to win her seat in 16, didn't expect to be re-elected in 2020. So, look, we'll see how that goes. As you say, right, no polling here. So, Maggie, what are you going off? Because I know you've got, you've got a computer, you've got a calculator up. We'll be doing our best with the few numbers we've had here. What I guess are we going to be looking at here is the federal election, I guess, one of the few things we're going to be going off.
Yeah, federal election results are useful, but of course there's a big disparity between territory election and federal election. Not to mention there's a bit of a disparity when you look at these results, especially the Liberal Democrats won 10% of the vote at the territory election, which would have mainly gone to the country Liberals. And obviously, they're not contesting this election, so I think that really changes up the results a bit. The Greens aren't running in every electorate. Even Labor's not running in one electorate, Mocha, in the northeast. I think, obviously, there's been some polls, but it's just kind of, speaking to people on the ground, hearing people's opinions on the ground, that's pretty much all we can do. Yeah.
I don't even think we've had internal polling come out. It's really dire. If you're a polling nerd, and maybe Maggie, maybe we'll be setting something up regarding polling and Twitter and Six News eventually. Maybe. But if you're a polling nerd, you have been hung out to dry in the Northern Territory. It's ridiculous. I get why, right? It's totally remote, but also, can we do some electorate polls or something stupid, some exit poll? I don't know. We've got nothing. It's really, annoying.
Doing electorate polls in the Northern Territory would be difficult because if you want a good sample size, which is about 1,000 voters, you'd be surveying 1/5 of all voters in an electorate because that's so small.
It's such a small place. You gotta love it. 25 seats. You have to remember, only 13 needed for that majority. Labor got 14 at the last election, and they hold on to that 14 at the moment. It's very possible we're only seeing somewhat minor changes. The CLP, of course, got down to just 2 in 2016, which was quite extraordinary. And we're just looking through his electorates here. I guess the ones you really want to keep an eye out on: Drysdale, so the seat of the Chief Minister; Fanny Bay, Johnston should always be interesting; Mulca, where there is no Labor candidate; Nightcliff should be interesting; Port Darwin, I think the Greens have been putting some effort into there. I don't think they'll win it though. Arafura had a by-election some time ago, 2023 I think it was. There's been a few by-elections actually, but we'll wait and see. I guess to see how that goes. There is the NT Parliament, by the way. Nice building. Good place. Darwin's nice. You can tell we've got no results, right? Let us know your predictions, of course, in the live chat. Might run through them again in a moment, but Maggie, I'll just get back to you if you've got something to add.
Yep, I just wanted to point out there's a few very interesting electorates. I think one is Breitling, that's Northern Alice Springs. The Greens only recorded 9% in this electorate, but Labor was only at 22%. Country Liberals, something like 35%. Obviously, a lot of lost primary votes to independents and other parties, which aren't contesting this time. But Breitling is a seat that the Greens are really hammering in on. They've done a lot of door knocking, done a lot of extensive campaigning. At the Alice Springs by-election in 2022, the Greens won 22%, which I presume was mostly focused in the north. We've got a popular local candidate. I think it's definitely one to watch out for. And it would be absolutely shocking if Alice Springs, which has kind of been the epicenter of the crime or youth crime panic across Australia, were to be won by the Greens. I think it would be absolutely groundbreaking, especially when they've got such a alternative approach, you could say, to the major parties, not exactly tough on crime, which would be very interesting.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see. It would be quite historic. Not sure how they'll go there, but a vote increase could definitely be happening in terms of their overall vote share. Where do you think these Territory Alliance voters are going to split? Because they got a decent vote at the last election, only one seat, of course, and that didn't last long. Again, I know we don't have any polling to go off, but could it be 50-50, lean CLP? Because there's actually quite a decent amount in some seats. In some seats, there's a really decent amount of voters who are going to have to look for someone new here, and in a few places, they're quite limited in their options. I mean, they all are. There's max 4 different party labels that can be running at this election.
Well, a lot of Territory Alliance voters mainly leaned to the Country Liberals, and I think if you look past that, obviously to the Greens, another minor party, a lot of these votes won't go to Labor, but mainly Country Liberals and the Greens. But if you really look at preference splits, I think almost all of them are going to the Country Liberals. Any sort of Labor voter who was voting for a centrist party last election has probably switched to the Country Liberals at this point.
Yeah, and that will be a particularly interesting factor. What will happen with Territory Alliance? They had high hopes for the last election and pretty much flopped after that. Again, let us know your thoughts, your comments, your questions, your predictions. Give them all to us. I'll run through them, actually, in terms of what we've got predictions tonight, just for those who are tuning in now after the close of polling. I've got the lowest seat count for Labor in my tips, 9 for them, 12 for the CLP, which puts them 1 off a majority, 3 independents, and 1 Green is my big outsider. Will probably be wrong as usual call. Stuart, what about you? Just remind everyone of your tips.
I believe the way wrong is you're usually wrong with these results. You probably jinx it for the Greens. I would like to point out that the ABC does not have a Greens option on their results tab. They just have other. So,
well, see about that. Speaking of other,
CLP other.
Speaking of other, though, you have 3 others. You got 3 independents there listed. What do you reckon is going to happen with that Labor seat count? Because they're currently at 14.
Definitely, I've got Labor dropping by a few seats. They're dropping by 4 exactly. I think we could see independents gain a seat or 2. That's not out of the question. I guess exhaustion at Labor, but at the same time, not fans of the CLP. I'm going to say the Liberal Party. It's not the Liberals, it's the CLP. That's where the Greens question is: are people sick of Labor and the CLP enough to go Greens to go independent? And that's what the Greens are relying on, definitely, or trying to at least get that second on preferences. But yeah, I do see a minority government. I think we all agree it's probably going to be a minority government. We've all got pretty similar figures. I don't. Again, the CLP needs to almost double their number of seats. I don't think they can do that in one election, and they will be forced to look at doing a minority government. We could see that change with a more independent leaving parties coming up, but as things are right now, I've got them one short of majority. A minority government would give them 14 or 15. 15 probably better to be safe, but definitely they can get to they can definitely get to 13 pretty easily.
And Maggie, we'll circle back to you. You've done a dead heat between the major parties.
Yeah, as for, if we were in a dead heat like this, obviously independents will decide who forms government. What we're looking at is, in Malka, all but certain that the incumbent independent will win. They are typically pretty left-leaning, so that will definitely go to Labour. In Araluen, we've got Robin Lamley, former Territory Alliance, also former Country Liberal. She leans to Country Liberals, of course. And in Goida, where I predict an independent will succeed Kezia Purek, I think her name is, as the independent MP for that area. She also leans to Country Liberals. So in a dead heat like this, chances are Liberals will prevail in this situation.
Yep, we'll wait and see for that. 6:50 p.m. on the East Coast, 6:20 in the Northern Territory. We'll be heading to a break in just under 10 minutes, but we'll be continuing this coverage all night. Of course, the NT is half an hour behind, which I don't know whether that makes things easier, worse, however you say it. And we'll get those results in eventually. There really aren't, in terms of the sheer number, there really aren't that many votes to count when you think about it. So could be like a big dump at one point. Whether we're going to get these remote seats in a bit later, we'll have to wait and see there. Ideally, we get some of these Darwin seats in sooner rather than later, in particular Fanny Bay and Nightcliff, where we could see the Greens come in. Drysdale, of course, in Palmerston as well will be a particularly interesting one to watch. You just have to hope that we get something interesting sooner, as I said, sooner rather than later. If you see any results come in and we're not talking about them, please let us know. We would love to do that. We'll make sure, of course, we won't be using last election's results. Of course, not that we ever would. Stay with us. We'll be continuing this, but again, really interested in your thoughts. And I guess we have to circle back to, I think, the 2020 election here, because you had the Territory Alliance impact. Now, in terms of their actual impact, they didn't do much. They didn't win anything but one seat. But they were able to get about 13% of the vote. They almost got official opposition status. In fact, arguably, they should have had official opposition status. They got 3 seats in Parliament at one point, compared to 2 for the CLP. And they, of course, had Terry Mills, the former Chief Minister and former CLP leader, at the front there. So, look, it was an interesting little decline for them. As we mentioned, Eva Lawler in Drysdale will be one to watch. That is a marginal seat. It was won by 7.9%, but as it stands after redistribution, down to 5.5%, and it's been held by various people. The CLP had it from 97, its formation, till 2005. Labor briefly from 05 to 08. Then you had the CLP. In fact, the now CLP leader was in that seat before Eva Lawler. So there's a little fun fact. And then Eva Lawler won it in 2016 and has won it ever since then. So wait and see the effects there, which I think, look, it's no guarantee for anyone, but the Territory Alliance, they won about 14% of the vote in that seat at the last election, if that makes any I guess, particular difference. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But I love this line, don't I? We'll have to wait and see. Maggie, what do you reckon is going to happen there? Give us anything. On anything.
Well, I'm just seeing some interesting donation reports from Anthony Green. It looks like the country Liberals have very comfortably outraised Labor, which might be something to look out for. Obviously, I think country Liberals are tilted for government tonight. They managed to raise $1.3 million compared to Labor's $800,000. That's a pretty stark difference. And it also looks like independent candidates supported by the voices of the top end movement, which are obviously a bit affiliated to the Teal Independents, have raised at least $50,000, which is also something pretty notable. The most notable of these candidates is Justine Davis in Johnston. She's running in what's pretty much a four-way contest where the Greens, the Country Liberals, and Labor all also have a chance to win.
We'll have to wait and see, won't we? I mean, I think CLP is probably the one you have to lean towards here. And I don't think, no one's expecting Labor to go up, right? No one's expecting them to make gains here, at least overall on a, territory-wide level. It's theirs to lose. CLP have had this chance. They were down to, as I said, 2 seats when they lost government in 2016. Can they get it back now? Can they avenge that? Can they, finally, I guess, for them, reclaim themselves into... Again, you have to remember, they were a pretty high up part of NT politics. They were pretty dominant, and Labor's had it in recent years. And look, it's all about, I guess, minority government negotiations after this, if the CLP doesn't get a majority, which none of us are tipping them to do. But who knows? Again, we don't have polls to go off. We've got literally nothing to go off. So vibes, and that's about it. And actually, I'd say internals polls, but we don't have internal polls, do we? Maggie, what do you reckon in terms of where these results are going to go? Just go quickly before we go to the break. How they're going to come in? Are we expecting a bit of a flood here, given just how little people are in these seats?
I think the first things we'll see are the mobile booths, which are most prevalent in remote parts of the Northern Territory. The most notable of these electorates, which are mainly mobile booths, are Gwoja, which is a very safe Labor seat for Chancey Peach, who, may I mention, if he were to become Chief Minister, he would be the first openly gay Chief Minister, Premier, leader in Australia's history, which would be pretty astounding. But we've also got
Andrew Barr gay?
I don't think so. We've also
Isn't
got.
he?
I don't think he
Am I
is.
crazy? I swear he is. He is. Stuart, back me up.
He is. He is.
I'm not crazy. Andrew Barr is gay. I'm not crazy. I know that. It's a fact.
Well,
right?
I guess I was wrong. But
we'll sack you. I knew it. I finally fun fact is remembered. Is he? He is. Yeah. Well, he'd be the first in the NT. First in the NT.
But we've also got Namatjira, which is a country Liberal seat that's not really expected to fall, and Barclay, another country Liberal seat that is held by just 7 votes, I believe, which is the closest electorate throughout Australia. One to watch. If Labor gains here, that would be pretty good news for them. I think it's quite possible. Obviously, we're not going to see a swing towards them at a territory-wide level, but they might just be able to snag onto Barclay here in remote Northern Territory, which is where we'll likely get our first votes.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see on that. I can't believe you didn't know Andrew Barr was gay. That's kind of the whole thing. Stuart, you got the wrong results. Maggie, you don't know who's gay or not. He's Australia's first
and you can't do maths.
Government leader in 20... Okay, we've all got our flaws. It's a very flawed election coverage here, isn't it? How do we fill time till... How long we go? Oh, good. 20 seconds. Yeah, well, look, we'll be going on a break in just a moment, but you can, of course, stay with us for all the latest NT election coverage. Results will start to trickle in. It's just going on almost 6:30 local time there, and it's approaching 7 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Stay with us. You're watching 6 News Live.
You're watching the Northern Territory Decides Election 2024.
The Prime Minister gets up and says this, and I'm thinking, does this come from Channel 6 News?
Thanks for having me on your wonderful program.
Online news site 6 News.
And it's really good. 6 News.
6 News.
One Labor source has told 6 News that the party has no chance of winning, while another believes the party is either way.
Stephen Miles, he was walking just down the road here.
Long time viewer, first time on the show. You can call me anytime.
Of all the stations and the clamouring journalists of Australia, she did the first interview with this kid.
Great story also of how our democracy is being run by high school students.
I think the question everyone wants to know at this point is, will you quit the Labor Party?
Look, when I was crossing the floor, I crossed it knowing that there was going to be the potential expulsion as a consequence.
Liberal.
Live on 6 News, this is the Northern
I don't think
Territory
it's
Decides Election 2024.
I think the mic's live. Welcome back. You're watching 6 News live coverage of the Northern Territory general election. It's just gone 7 p.m. Australian Eastern. This is going really well, isn't it? Standard time. 6:30 p.m. in the ACST time. Yeah, we've been talking about Andrew Barr. Look, if you tuned in the last minute, yeah, thank you. He is gay. I knew it. So strike, score one for Pugo. Look, we're covering our DNT election all night for you. If you didn't watch in the last minute, you're going to be really confused. Anyway, results will be coming in soon. There is a lot else happening though at the moment, including, of course, the US election. RFK Jr. dropping out. Maybe we can talk about that to fill time. One Nation's former Queensland MPs probably joining the Catters. 2 Jackie Lambie Network's MPs have been booted from the party today. So much happening, isn't there? For that, we'll go live to the newsroom. Here's Austin Pollock.
Leo, thank you. We will get back to the NT election in just a moment, but to the other stories making news right now. And US Vice President Kamala Harris has pledged to chart a new way forward as she formally accepts the Democratic Party's presidential nomination. Harris accepted the nomination at the end of the Democratic National Convention and days of speeches in Chicago. In her speech, she warned of the dangers of Donald Trump, with no guardrails, saying the former president was an unserious man, but the consequences of him returning to the White House would be extremely serious.
On behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks, on behalf of my mother and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with, people who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another, on behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth. I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America. And with this election, our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward.
Harris is the first woman of colour to be the presidential nominee of a major party in the US. Returning back home now, and all branches of the construction arm of the CFMEU have been placed into administration effective immediately. The move follows claims of bullying, corruption and criminal infiltration centred around the union's Victorian branch, with the federal parliament also passing legislation that allows for a takeover of the union for a minimum of 3 years. The move removes almost 300 union officers from mostly volunteer positions and another 11 from paid jobs. Branches in WA and the ACT have also been affected, despite reports that they may be omitted from being placed into administration. Victorian barrister Mark Irving has been appointed as administrator. Queensland Independent MP Stephen Andrew has filed paperwork to join Canada's Australia Party after being disendorsed by One Nation. Andrew was dumped by Pauline Hanson earlier this month, leaving her party with no sitting members in the state parliament ahead of this October's election. The Australian is reporting Andrew has formally put in his paperwork to join the KAP. Now, if he passes the vetting process, it will give the minor party 4 MPs, double that of other minor parties in Queensland Parliament right now, the Greens, who currently have 2. The move will leave the KAP in a strong position to hold the balance of power and potentially give support to Labor or the LNP in the event of a hung parliament. Alright, that is 6 News for now. You can stay up to date by heading over to our website and by following us on social media at 6NewsAU. Stay with us now. Let's head back to our live coverage as the Northern Territory decides.
You're watching the Northern Territory Decides Election 2024.
Live with us. It's just gone 7:06 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, and what is it? 6:36 in the NT, where polls have closed, and we are going to eventually get some results in. Maggie Perry, Stuart Jeffrey, and myself, Leo Puglisi, with you right throughout the evening. We're going to be bringing you the best live coverage of these results, and look, I think it's particularly interesting how the Greens are going to go tonight, because as we've discussed throughout the past hour, right, they've never won a seat in the NT before, but they are finally hopeful of getting something in. Andrew Barr, the federal Greens leader, he seems pretty hopeful. They've been targeting a couple of seats of note, Fanny Bay and Nightcliff, and what you're seeing on screen now, this isn't the last election, this is before tonight, so the composition of the NT Parliament as it stands, CLP with 7 seats, Labor with 14, and 4 independents as well. 2 independents were elected at the last election, 8 in the CLP. A bit's happened in 4 years, right, including the total collapse of Territory Alliance. Wherever they've gone, I really am still uncertain whatever happened to them, but alas, they just died out as soon as one MP quit. Well, their only MP, but was she forced? I don't remember. Something like that. It wasn't particularly good for the Territory Alliance. Now, again, we might be waiting just some time, you know, there's a lot of remote areas here. What you're seeing on screen now, though, is someone we'll be paying a lot of attention to, not just because she's the current Chief Minister of the lawler, but because in Drysdale, she is a chance, not necessarily a high chance, but a non-zero chance of losing her seat. It's held on a redistribution margin of just 5.5%, and she was the first Labor member to ever be re-elected in that seat. She was first elected in 2016, re-elected in 2020. And look, it will be interesting to see how she goes. Again, she could easily hold it, but it will be interesting, I guess, to see the ongoing fallout of that. Maggie, you wanted to get in?
Sorry, I just wanted to bring you some breaking news. ABC is reporting some swings to the Greens against the country Liberals in Breitling, which is a big target of the Greens. Obviously, we don't have any results yet, but that is very interesting for their chances of winning the seat.
Right, so that is not the one I'd tip. I was thinking Fanny Bay they'd get that. If they managed to get a seat in Alice Springs, I mean, that'd be something. That would be something. So it's just swings at the moment against incumbent CLP. It is incumbent CLP, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It is. All right.
But Fanny Bay is their number one target. Don't have anything about that yet. Breitling seems to be number two. They've put a lot of resources in. They've got Astor Hill, a lawyer who seems to be somewhat popular. Even with their small primary vote, as I mentioned earlier, it's very interesting to watch and would be groundbreaking if they managed to win a Alice Springs seat.
It would be. I note that I think they've contested council there before. I don't think they've won, but I am. Maybe they have. I feel like I've read something on that, and I should know that. Localelections.com.au. Give me a second. I'm pretty sure they've Alice Springs. This is why I shouldn't be googling things live. Load. They've had a councillor there before, and they contested in 2021. I think. Thank you for the plug, Austin. Yes, they contested in 2021. They weren't in. They were actually leapfrogs, one of the higher primary votes for councillor, though they did contest that. Does that mean much? No, not really, but it's certainly a run, right? Yeah, I would, yeah, bet that. What am I saying? Yeah, Greens, Alice Springs, right? Interesting swings. Maggie, anything else? Save me, please. I'm kind of going nuts here.
Well, we don't have any results yet. I can just refresh the page and see, but I highly doubt it. But
nothing.
We've got 3 independent seats that are likely to stay independent, but probably the most likely seat to be gained by an independent would be Johnston, which the Greens are also targeting. There's Justine Davis, who's live on the ABC right now. Teal independent in general, and I think she has a pretty good chance there. Definitely one to watch, something we need to keep track of this night. As for whether she would back Labour or the Country Liberals, it's really in doubt. So if she were to be elected, it would make government formation very interesting.
Absolutely. And if the Greens can manage to get like 2, and also, mind you, thinking about this, right? If they pick up Fanny Bay, that's one off Labor. If they pick up Breitling, that's one off the CLP, right? Obviously, and we're going really broad with it. You know, the Greens are no stranger to picking seats off the coalition. That's how they won 2 of their seats in federal Queensland last federal election. And so it'll be, if it's an even split coming off them, I think that will be, I guess, a really crucial factor. And maybe it will go against some of the, you can say, narratives from outsiders about how their policies are perceived there regarding things like crime or anything, even if they just get an increased vote. Mind you, we're all outsiders here. I don't know if anyone here has visited Alice Springs. I haven't. But I've been in Darwin, which is also in the same territory as Alice Springs, so practically been to Alice Springs. But again, that is like the most basic, bare bones information we got from the ABC there. Swing to Greens. We really don't know more, and it's not official results yet.
Actually have something from Sky right now that the Country Liberals are doing amazing in Goyder, which is actually one of the seats we predicted would go to an independent. The incumbent MP in Goyder is retiring. She's an independent, Kezia Purik, and she's decided to nominate Belinda Kolstad as her successor in this seat. successor. And obviously, if the country Liberals were able to win this, it would be great for them. But it doesn't exactly change much in terms of government formation, since I'm sure Belinda would likely go to the country Liberals in the event of a hung parliament anyways.
Sorry, what figures are they using? Because the NTEC has no figures on the Commission's website.
This is just on-the-ground reports from Sky.
Okay. Also, I should point out, Leah, that I've been to Alice Springs. We've got it covered. Between you and I, we've got Darwin and Alice Springs covered.
Yeah, and Maggie's, well, remote Queensland's practically the same thing, isn't it? As I'm sure everyone agrees. Look, yeah, that'll be interesting. And I know this is actually probably one of, if not the most contested seats in terms of candidate numbers, right, Maggie? There's 5, 3 independents, plus obviously Labor and the CLP Greens aren't running. And you have to wonder how that affects the preference flow here, instead of it being a simple 2-man, 3-man race.
Sorry, we're talking about Goyder, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I feel like a lot of these, there's 2 other independents running in the seat. I can't exactly recall their names, but they're not exactly going to poll well, but their preferences...
Trevor Jenkins, Matthew Salter, I believe.
Their preferences will overwhelmingly flow to the other independent, Belinda, which is pretty typical. I'm sure Labor has preferenced her very highly too. So as long as she's able to be within some sort of distance of the CLP, she'll be able to win the seat. But obviously Sky News seems to be reporting something quite different.
Yeah, we'll see the effects there. Again, as you have to remember, only 25 seats in the NT Parliament. You need 13 to win. The ALP, CLP, the Greens and the Independents are at 0 at the moment, because we have 0 results and 0 counted at the moment. We can keep waiting. I mean, how many
Probably
times are we
something
going
to
to refresh
note
this damn website?
is that the barrier, 13 seats is obviously pretty likely, will obviously mean a majority government. But I think if either party manages to make it to 12 seats, they'll be able to win, since there's a left-leaning independent in Mulca, and there's a right-leaning independent in Araluen in Robin Lamley.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Rob, Lamley's the ex-Territory Alliance, isn't she?
Yeah,
right.
she was elected as Territory Alliance. She's an independent now. I'm not sure. That actually might affect her election results. You've seen when independents change party or something along the lines of that, as like Bob Catter, they tend to lose a lot of their vote share. So maybe a seat to look out on for, especially since she only holds by about 1%.
Yeah, and I will also note that while in our tips, when we say, because we've all tipped 3 independents to win, that is a +1 from the 2020 election. It's -1 from the current composition, and it's the same if you include Territory Alliance among the independents, since it was like barely a few weeks after the election that she was out of the party. But again, this is the current composition of the 2020 results. Just crucial to note there. It's a very small little parliament, isn't it? There's councils around the same size, and I don't mean that in a derogatory way. Like it's true. How many seats does Brisbane Council have again? Like 26?
Yeah, something along the lines of that. By the way, that 4th independent that we're seeing is Mark Turner. He is former Labor, and he's pretty unlikely to retain a seat. And in fact, he only won it by 13 votes against the country Liberals. So it's definitely a seat that Labor will lose against the last election result. Pretty likely the country Liberals gain this. It's also quite possible Mark Turner manages to keep a seat, but it's somewhat unlikely.
Yeah, it's interesting. I believe he follows 6 News as well, so that's nice. Yeah, he was booted from the caucus, so he became independent Labor. He was eventually expelled from that party, and has been sitting as an independent for some time now, which is of note. It's of note. As is, look, there's 25 seats to follow. We can pretty much recall pretty much all candidates. There's only 80 candidates. Like, it's actually pretty ridiculous when you think about it. 80 candidates. 3 registered parties. What's going on? Up your game, NT. We need some, random micro parties. The Citizens Party usually contesting. What's happened to them? They've fallen off. Anyway, yeah, as you can see there, it's not much to go off. It is not much to go off. Look, we have not had much polling either, but we did speak to a polling expert, Kevin Bonham. Dr. Kevin Bonham. He is an election and polling analyst. And look, we spoke to him earlier, really just reviewing how this is all unfolding. Where could the Greens come in? What are we seeing? And what are his tips? So we'll have a look at that.
The Territory Alliance was massively hyped populist party around former Premier Terry Mills, and at some stages there were very dubious polls out claiming that it was going to win a huge raft of seats and be on the verge of forming government and so on. This was never really very credible. And in the end, they only won 1 seat. So I think they only made that was very narrowly, and I think they only made the 2 candidate preferred in 1 seat. There are stray votes floating around that will go to back to the major parties or to the Greens or Independents. But it's interesting that nobody else has shown up to pick up the slack. We've got quite a low number of candidates in this election, generally the lowest since 2008. And we don't even have more independents than the last time.
In terms of the Greens, we'll start there, right? They've never had a seat in the NT Parliament. That is the only state or territory parliament they've never been represented in. They've got a couple of councillors at the moment, and they do have somewhat good votes in a couple seats, including, I believe, the seat of Natasha Files. Are they a chance at all to finally pick up something? Because this is their only chance. There is no upper house they can swoop in and get some votes in the NT.
But they are making a big effort. I think this is going to be their biggest campaign so far, from what I hear from people on the ground in terms of the kinds of door-knocking effort that they're putting in and so on. There are a few seats where they tend to poll about 20 or so. Rockliff was one of those. Problem is that it's been a very safe Labor seat, so they haven't been able to win it so far. I don't have any particular seat on my radar that they're likely to win, but they do seem to be coordinating well with the independents in terms of targeting different seats and so on. So we will see.
Now, this election seems to be Labor's to lose at this point. They've obviously been in for quite some time. They were obviously out. We saw with the CLP about a decade ago, but that, it didn't last long. Longer story that we could, of course, go into. Where do you rate in terms of their chances at the moment? Because really, again, when you consider that it is, a single house, single member electorates, it's going to be, and mind you, like a really small amount of seats as well. It's looking like either it's just going to go minority government or CLP based off, I'm going off the vibes. What do the actual stats tell us?
But one thing I've noticed in looking at NT elections, people sort of poke fun at NT elections and say, there's hardly anybody votes there. It's like they're like council elections. They're like small council in some other parts of the country. But they do actually behave in some ways like state elections. They follow the same trend as state elections in terms of it's a disadvantage if the same party is in power federally. So when it's now a disadvantage for Labor that they are in government federally, and that's alone, plus the fact that they've been in power for 8 years, and it's also been a scrappy term for them. There's sort of the cases where a government has 3 leaders in the one term. It's not a very common thing, and it's usually associated with a bad result.
Yeah, absolutely. We all saw what happened with Natasha Files. You have to remember that resignation was actually only just a few months ago, relatively. If Labor does end up losing here, be that somewhat significantly or in a landslide, and we'll get to the polling in a moment. But would that mean anything, or should we read anything into the next federal election for that? Let's say it's held in May 2025, as is somewhat likely. There are only 2 House seats in the NT. The Senate, of course, is evenly split, always has been really, with ALP, CLP, and the Senate won't be expanding in the NT. Should Labor be concerned federally if this territory result goes wrong for them?
I wouldn't read too much into that. It can even be, if that does happen, it can even be that voters use the territory election to let off steam and then go back to voting how they would have in the federal election. Usually, the causality works the other way around. Like federal politics influences state election results. The influence of state and territory election results on federal politics is a lot less clear. Sometimes you see something. I take it more if Labor does lose, it's an interesting pointer towards Queensland and an interesting pointer towards what will happen in other state elections while Labor is in power.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, in terms of the polling, significantly less polling than we might see for a federal, Victorian or New South Wales state election, even in places like where you are yourself, Tasmania, and we've had very limited polls, I guess, in the term itself, in the years that we've had here. What do the polls that we know of that are somewhat credible actually telling us about how this election is going to play out?
So there's been 3 polls since late last year. There was a Redbridge one late last year showing Labor going absolutely terribly, but that was while Biles' leadership was in its crisis stage. So I don't think that's representative anymore. There was a Freshwater poll which had Labor behind 54-46. There was a UCOMS poll which was confined to Darwin and Palmerston, which was for an environmental group, and that wasn't so bad for Labor. That suggested that their vote was holding up reasonably in the Darwin area. A poll by UCOM's last election was actually very good, and that was a similar poll that was only of the same area. But UCOM's is a pretty erratic pollster. Freshwater is not much tested in this environment. It's got a pretty good federal record. It's really hard to place much weight on any of these, except they're all sort of within the range of outcomes we might get.
And obviously, you're more in the business of looking at what those polls do say. But do you have a feeling about how this is going to go, based on, as you say, right, the trends? We've seen polls. We obviously have seen 3 leaders in one term for a government, which is pretty extraordinary and not usually a good sign. So how do you see this playing out? And of course, as we've said, right, it is going a bit under the radar, right? It's in 2 weeks, and a lot of people know nothing about how it's going.
Yeah, it's had very little media attention until the last couple of weeks. It's been very little in the national press about this. It's sort of crept up on us all. I'd say that Labor is, based on historic patterns, they would seem to be likely to lose seats. The question is it enough, and who do they lose seats to? Do they lose a raft of seats to the CLP, or do things get messier in terms of seats going to independents, independents retaining their seats? Can the CLP get close to a majority on that basis? I mean, it is, if you get a substantial swing, the CLP could win a majority. You could see something like a flip of the current arrangement. But with so few polls, it's really very difficult to say. Just wait and see what happens on the day.
Absolutely. One, I guess, historical note from this is that there is a seat that the ALP isn't contesting. It was a seat that the CLP didn't contest back in 2020. It's independent held. We really don't see this often, do we? There was the case of a major party not contesting the seat. There was the Liberals in Richmond in Victoria in 2018. They didn't bother to endorse there. But it is pretty extraordinary. And I guess the NT, it kind of makes sense that it's happening there, given the few amount of candidates that run anyway. And I note that I think it may be only a decade ago or so, there were a couple seats in the NT election which didn't even have a contest, which were actually just running unopposed at one point. So you do see these low candidate seats. What do you make of this particular seat and the government just not bothering to put up a candidate there?
Yes, we had this in the Tasmanian Legislative Council a few years ago, a seat got elected unopposed as well. So it does still happen sometimes. In this case, we do have a CLP opponent for the incumbent, India Mark Weiler. It's an independent who was elected by, I think, 5 votes the first time around and then shored up his margin the second time. And this is a mainly Indigenous seat. The Labor happy with him and have decided not to bother running against him. They presumably don't think they can beat him anyway. So this is quite handy for suffragists because it means that this seat is out of the two-party preferred votes 2 elections in a row. So for two-party preferred vote basis, we can just ignore it in terms of the Northern Territory 2PP. We don't have all this mess about talking about, oh, this seat was in the 2PP last time, now it's not. But it'll be we'll see if the CLP are competitive against him there.
And you're still with us here live on 6 News as we continue our coverage of the 2024 NT election. We've got Maggie Perry with us. Maggie, it's interesting, we were looking at Breitling before that Alice Springs seats where the ABC has said, they have indeed said, that there have been some reports of some small booth swings, at least to the Greens from the CLP, away from the CLP towards the Greens. And then ABC, I'm just quoting from Kevin Bonham here on his blog that he says, similar, there's been now a vague report, swings against Labor, quote unquote, worse than we hoped. So I guess, what could we be telling us? Could we be in for some actual, good result for the CLP in the sense that good for them would be majority? I know we're not going off any polling, but yeah, is that still like a possibility here?
I think with like what Labor said with swings against them, I'd say probably what we expected would be swings that Labor would say are worse than they hoped. So it's not exactly very surprising. I think we'll see something like a 5% swing against Labor, which could still very plausibly deliver them a minority government. But as for the CLP, I think they're probably going to win the primary vote. I think that's a given. They're definitely going to win some Labor seats, but really time will tell. And also just some updates on results. Anthony Green said there's nothing wrong with the election count. It's just, fewer small polling booths than last election. So we'll likely see results very, very soon. Definitely within this half an hour.
Definitely within this half an hour. I'll take your word for it because it's getting boring. We'll have to wait and
Sorry,
see.
did you say worse polling than for the last election for the booths? That reminds me of Queensland earlier this year, where you had poorly manned booths. Getting flashbacks.
Yeah, I mean, turnout's gone down since the last election, apparently. 75% to 66%, even with higher registration.
Down by 10%, I believe it is. Yeah, 140,000 registered voters last time, 151,000 now. Yeah, and down by 10%. That's down from 3/4 to 2/3 for turnout, just based on preliminary figures from a few polling booths. And that comes directly from the Electoral Commissioner herself, so definitely pretty reliable to hear that, which isn't great. But the question is that voter apathy, or is it a result of being more remote? As you said,
might add, of course, there was
polling
a lot of early
booths
turnout last election for COVID.
True, but there's also been a high early turnout here as well for early voting, and presumably for postal voting as well. And the question is it because they're a smaller booth, which we have heard reports of being smaller booths, less staff involved in the booths, or is it a result of apathy, or is it a result of just being remote and regional? We don't know which, but definitely that will play a factor because that kind of messes with polling even more. To have that down at 65%, that does make it a bit more complicated to try and rely on previous figures, which is all we have right now anyway. So that's problematic, but we'll see how that pans out.
Yeah, we're not on exactly ideal situation here with little polling and small booths and remoteness and all that. But it will be interesting where the Greens, I guess, go from here. And then as soon as we get some results here, we can get excited, we can have something happening. But again, just nothing ever happens at the moment. So
early voting figures are 80,000.
Gotcha.
Which suggests the majority, because if the turnout's 75%, then it speaking from apparently this is again coming from the commissioner, 23,000 people cast their vote today. I'm looking at 82,000 early voting. So if we remove postal votes from the equation, you're looking at a majority of votes, overwhelming majority of votes being early votes, which means we should get figures in. The question is, are there enough counters?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see for that. I know we want these results in as fast as possible. Maggie,
actually, we've just gotten some results in now.
Great. Give them to us, please.
Electoral district of Brennan, which I believe is a safe country Liberal seat in Palmerston, if I'm correct. Yep. Last election, primary votes for both
3%.
parties were just about even. Now it looks like country Liberals have an overwhelming primary vote lead here, which is very interesting. But we don't know what type of voting centre this is that's reporting.
Is
That's
this
two
from the
booths
Is this
reporting.
sorry, I was just going to say, is
Northern
this from the
Territory.
NTEC or the ABC?
Yes, NTEC.
The NTEC, two booths reporting only though, so very early figures.
We've got Namatjira,
So read
which
nothing
is
into it, probably.
Namatjira, which is out of Alice Springs. Country Liberals with 68 votes. Greens, Blair McFarland, anti-Australian FBR in 2024, 26 votes ahead of Labor, who are on 23, and out of two candidate preferred. That's about 67% for Country Liberals and 33% for Labor. Those are the only results we have right now. We can't really read it too much into them since we don't exactly know what type of voting centre that is that's reporting, polling booths. No idea.
We've got about 120 votes out of Namatjira, which is 68 for CLP, 26 Green, and 23 for Labor. That's one booth, and I'm pretty sure it's from remote polling booths as well. So again, very early figures.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just waiting for the ABC website to add these as well. But it'll be interesting because you have to remember, I know I don't want to circle back too much, but Drysdale is in Palmerston and it's held by the Chief Minister, the Labor Chief Minister, 5.5%. Could it be something? Could it be something? I don't want to read too much into it, but if she loses her seat, we'll have to get a graphic prepared for that, I'm sure.
I was wrong. The Namatjira figures are from Gillen, and only 1.8% of the vote. So of the total, the total votes that based on enrolment, of course, not actual votes. So again, looking at very early figures, it's been an hour, and we're getting again remote polling booths. This is one booth reporting in Namatjira, so very early days. Don't read too much into it. It is exactly correct.
Yeah, and again, it's not like we have much to base on here, but we're going to start to get these results, I guess, trickling in soon-ish. Something we've been talking about is, of course, polling and the lack of that. We did speak to Kevin Bonham about it, Dr. Kevin Bonham, election analyst, polling analyst. Here's a bit of what he had to say about just really where things are set going into this.
The Territory Alliance was massively hyped populist party around former Premier Terry Mills, and at some stages there were very dubious polls out claiming that it was going to win a huge raft of seats and be on the verge of forming government and so on. This was never really credible. and in the end they only won one seat. So I think they only made that was very narrowly, and I think they only made the two candidate preferred in one seat. There are stray votes floating around that will go to back to the major parties or to the Greens or Independents, but it's interesting that nobody else has shown up to pick up the slack. We've got quite a low number of candidates in this election, generally the lowest since 2008, and we don't even have more independents than the last time.
In terms of the Greens, we'll start there, right? They've never had a seat in the NT Parliament. That is the only state or territory parliament they've never been represented in. They've got a couple of councillors at the moment, and they do have somewhat good votes in a couple seats, including, I believe, the seat of Natasha Files. Are they a chance at all to finally pick up something? Because this is their only chance. There is no upper house they can swoop in and get some votes in the NT.
But they are making a big effort. I think this is going to be their biggest campaign so far, from what I hear from people on the ground in terms of the kinds of door-knocking effort that they're putting in and so on. There are a few seats where they tend to poll about 20 or so. Rockliff was one of those. Problem is that it's been a very safe Labor seat, so they haven't been able to win it so far. I don't have any particular seat on my radar that they're likely to win, but they do seem to be coordinating well with the independents in terms of targeting different seats and so on. So we will see.
Now, this election seems to be Labor's to lose at this point. They've obviously been in for quite some time. They were obviously out. We saw with the CLP about a decade ago, but that, it didn't last long. Longer story that we could, of course, go into. Where do you rate in terms of their chances at the moment? Because really, again, when you consider that it is, a single house, single member electorates, it's going to be, and mind you, like a really small amount of seats as well. It's looking like either it's just going to go minority government or CLP based off, I'm going off the vibes. What do the actual stats tell us?
But one thing I've noticed in looking at NT elections, people sort of poke fun at NT elections and say, there's hardly anybody votes there. It's like they're like council elections. They're like a small council in some other parts of the country. But they do actually behave in some ways like state elections. They follow the same trend as state elections in terms of it's a disadvantage if the same party is in power federally. So when it's now a disadvantage for Labor that they are in government federally, and that's alone, plus the fact that they've been in power for 8 years, and it's also been a scrappy term for them. There's sort of the cases where the government has 3 leaders in the one term. It's not a very common thing, and it's usually associated with a bad result.
Yeah, absolutely. We all saw what happened with Natasha Files. You have to remember that resignation was actually only just a few months ago, relatively. If Labor does end up losing here, be that somewhat significantly or in a landslide, and we'll get to the polling in a moment, but would that mean anything, or should we read anything into the next federal election for that? Let's say it's held in May 2025, as is somewhat likely. There are only 2 House seats in the NT. The Senate, of course, is evenly split, always has been really, with ALP, CLP, and the Senate won't be expanding in the NT. Should Labor be concerned federally if this territory result goes wrong for them?
I wouldn't read too much into that. It can even be, if that does happen, it can even be that voters use the territory election to let off steam and then go back to voting how they would have in the federal election. Usually the causality works the other way around, like federal politics influences state election results. The influence of state and territory election results on federal politics is a lot less clear. Sometimes you see something. I take it more if Labor does lose, it's an interesting pointer towards Queensland and an interesting pointer towards what will happen in other state elections while Labor is in power.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, in terms of the polling, significantly less polling than we might see for a federal, Victorian, or New South Wales state election, even in places like where you are yourself, Tasmania. And we've had very limited polls, I guess, in the term itself, in the years that we've had here. What do the polls that we know of that are somewhat credible actually telling us about how this election is going to play out?
So there's been 3 polls since late last year. There was a Redbridge one late last year showing Labor going absolutely terribly, but that was while Biles' leadership was in its crisis stage. So I don't think that's representative anymore. There was a Freshwater poll which had Labor behind 54-46. There was a UCOMS poll which was confined to Darwin and Palmerston, which was for an environmental group, and that wasn't so bad for Labor. That suggested that their vote was holding up reasonably in the Darwin area. A poll by UCOM's last election was actually very good, and that was a similar poll that was only of the same area. But UCOM's is a pretty erratic pollster. Freshwater is not much tested in this environment. It's got a pretty good federal record. It's really hard to place much weight on any of these, except they're all sort of within the range of outcomes we might get.
And obviously, you're more in the business of looking at what those
And you're
those
back with
polls
us
do.
live
So,
here. I am
but do you have
presuming I am still able to be heard at the moment. I had to switch mics over during the break. If someone tells me there's a problem, I'm sure I'll hear about it. But the CLP are now ahead in 2 seats as we get these early results in. Maggie Perry, what do you have for us?
Well, we've actually got even more results as expected. They've started flowing in. In Gwoja, which is a seat of Chansey Paik. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'll just say Chansey. He's got actually no swing against him, pretty much, which is very interesting. He's a Labor member with a very strong margin in Gwoja. Maybe something to look out for about these regional seats aren't swinging against Labor.
Possibly a personal vote factor, maybe?
Yeah, very true. And we've also got Brennan and Spillett. Spillett is the seat of Lena Foniciaro, and she is the actual leader of the opposition for the Country Liberals. 77% against 23% for Labor, but this is also a very strong Country Liberal booth and a very strong Country Liberal seat. But still, on a 2-party basis, it's a 13% swing towards the Country Liberals, which is quite shocking. I think we can actually call 2 seats for the Country Liberals being Spillett and Brennan. Both of these are safe Country Liberal seats in Palmerston.
There we go. We've made 2 calls. 2 CLP retains, mind you. I don't think it's any surprise. It's no particular headline, but we've got our first 2 calls of the night in, which will be interesting there. Looking at Brennan, which is a CLP seat, it just is incredible to see that, again, early, but just that sheer large CLP vote. Obviously, there's no Territory Alliance this time, which had 13% of the vote in the seat. But interesting where they're going. As well, many Labor voters are also going, and they are going to the CLP. So those are the early results we have in. Do you have any further updates on the Greens, Maggie?
Well, I think Namatjira is probably going to fall to the Country Liberals, but the Greens could come second here. They've got a very, very strong candidate in Blair McFarland, Northern Territory Australian of the Year in 2024, and he's actually currently ahead of Labor by 3 percentage points in a seat that no one really expected the Greens would overtake Labor. Of course, this is a very small booth on the outside of Alice Springs, but I mean, if the Greens are performing really well in a seat like this, which is right next to Breitling, a Greens target seat, I think that's pretty good news for the Greens, especially if they want to win Breitling in Alice Springs.
Well, Breitling is one we'll keep our eye on throughout the night, as we will for Nightcliff and Fanny Bay. We will wait and see what happens there. You'll forgive me again, by the way, if anything sounds a little different from the last 15 minutes. AirPods died live and had to make a few audio adjustments. I need to get better AirPods, or maybe just an actual earpiece. Patreon.com/SIXNewsAU, by the way. That's patreon.com/SIXNewsAU. You can help us out. Apparently it sounds better, so we'll stick with this, but I really would like the AirPods back. This looks awful. Does Apple make longer versions of these? That'd be nice. Someone call me if that's a thing. Anyway, keep debating whatever you want in the live chat as well. Let us know your predictions or debate. I'm told there's a debate on nationalism going on, so talk about that as well. It's engagement, and you have to subscribe to chat anyway. So we do appreciate your support, though, and keep your comments, keep your questions coming in through the live chat. We do appreciate it. Again, that is using the hashtag SIXNewsAU. And again, once again, you can support us, patreon.com/SIXNewsAU. We'll just wait for some more results to come in here. It is early, and we don't have many in yet, but we've made 2 early calls. Looks
Actually, we have more.
like Labor's made a third. Labor's got a seat as well. The ALP is predicting. Maggie, I'll let you pick up.
Yep, we've got Arafura. That's a Labor seat, but they had a very strong swing towards them in a by-election last year, actually. Labor about 400 votes, and the Country Liberals at about 210. That's about the same margin as they had at the by-election last year. We've got our first results in Breitling. Country Liberals 236 votes, Greens 136, and Labor just 38. I'm not sure of the percentages there, but I think that's pretty good for the Country Liberals if they want to beat the Greens there. I'll just see. Oh, wow. Okay.
Breitling is one booth reporting him Breitling. So
sorry, I'm very surprised. Fanny Bay, Greens are first on primary vote, 300 votes. Country Liberals 255, and Labor 234. Fanny Bay is their biggest target seat. That's really good news for them, but usually I feel like early results tend to skew in favour of the Greens, and we saw that at the Fanny Bay by-election in 2022, where the Greens did much better at the start of the night. So I think we should be very careful about that.
Yeah, very careful, which is why we're putting this big breaking Greens ahead graphic on, so everyone can get excited about that. I'm sure Braden will love that.
The Fanny Bay figures are coming from Power only, which is inner city. And Greens do tend to perform stronger in inner city seats. So I would caution on the reliability of those figures there. It's one polling booth and it's inner city. So we don't know the full figures there yet. And I'd say don't go too far.
Yeah, the early cannot be understated. Maggie?
Sorry, but also some more shocking results. In Karama, this is a Northern Darwin seat. This is a seat that Labor beat the Country Liberals by more than 20% on a primary vote basis last election. Well, Country Liberals are at about double the vote share of Labor. That is a colossal swing. That's just one booth. But we don't know the full extent.
No, we've got 2 booths reporting.
Oh, 2 booths. Country Liberals 450, Labor 260. Justine Glover, she's community independent 160, and Greens 70. Definitely one to look out for. I think they should be very worried.
Can I just say, I'm just going off the ABC count here at the moment. They've made, we're not, these aren't our calls. Don't put up a call graphic, producer. The ABC looks like they've made a number of calls. They've got the CLP. This is not our numbers. We're not changing them. But the ABC has the CLP at 6, Labor at 2, and 1 other. I'm figuring out who that other is.
Who's that other?
It's an independent.
That other, I will check.
They've got that call at the top of their page, though, at the moment.
By the looks of it, that would be the Greens.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if that's meant to be called.
We've got no independent seats. Like none of the seats have been independents are reporting yet. It would have to be the Greens.
Yeah. By the way, we've got 2-party estimate in Fanny Bay. ABC says 58% for the Greens against Country Liberals 42%. Great result. for the Greens. There's some other seats.
If that holds, they win their first seat. So no graphics yet. Actually, no, we can say Greens ahead. Let's pump that graphic up. Let's get them excited. Let's get them tweeting about us. There it is. So they're ahead in that seat, and we've got an estimate for that. And it looks like they should make top 2 no matter what at the end of tonight. But very early.
ABC's called it for the Greens. That's. I think we should be careful about that. But anyway, that's some other results.
I will be so smug if I'm the one who got this Greens winner seat prediction right after everything else that I get wrong constantly. But you're right. It's too far to call. Greens can't lose from here or something like that.
Another Northern Darwin seat, Sanderson. This was held by a margin of 19% now on a two-party basis. The Country Liberals lead Labor by 2%, which is once again a very strong result. In Nelson, 80% for the Country Liberals against 20% for Labor. This was already a super strong seat for the Country Liberals. In Catherine, it looks like there's a estimate between the Country Liberals and the Independent candidate, Sam Phelan, I think you say it. Another community independent, 56% two-party preferred against Independent for 44%. That's 6% counted in that seat. I'll just see if we've got any more results. No, we don't. Okay.
We don't. Keep your thoughts coming in, of course, in the live chat. In fact, we'll ask, and I'll put a poll up in the live chat, will the Greens win a seat tonight? Any seat at all? Let us know in the live chat. We'd love to hear your thoughts on that. Of note, and by the way, it's just, I got to be careful to look at it because it's a dark orange. It is a CLP versus Greens count at the moment in Fanny Bay, which is of note. So, yeah, no blue on these maps. But again, the ABC's count should be taken with a grain of salt at the start. We have only called 2 seats, right, Maggie? Only 2 seats we can pretty much safely say just CLP retains. Everything else is up in the air.
I think we should just look at a few more seats. Nelson, I think we can add that one to the Country Liberals. That was already an extremely safe seat for them. So that's up for free. I don't think we can really call anything else. But
Maggie, are you looking at the seat? I want to go to the results in Sanderson for a second.
Oh yes.
That's a 2-person race because Territory Alliance isn't running. Jinston Charles against the incumbent Kate Warden. Territory Alliance, obviously they've lost their vote, which is 18.2% last time. So the Country Liberals have more than doubled their results from last time. Almost every single Territory Alliance vote has gone to CLP, along with some Labor votes. CLP is up by 25.7%, putting them at 48. Labor at 52%. Because it's a close race, but it's swinging against them of minus 7.5%. So it's early figures, but it's a 2-person race now, and it looks to be close. And that seat wasn't expected to be. I don't think it was called as being this controversial, was it? You might know more than I do, Maggie, on that.
Yeah, definitely shouldn't call this. I also wonder if I think the ABC might just have who's leading in each seat right now, because they've got some very high results for certain parties that I wouldn't really trust.
Yeah, but I'm just saying Sanderson's there's only 2 candidates running in Sanderson. So
yeah. But that
it's
would
a
be
safe
a
Labor
20%
seat.
swing. In
there you go. Margin last time was 18.8%, and it's now a dead heat. 20 votes in it.
Yeah, I think we should just be a bit cautious about certain seats, but I'd say I think we've got 3 Country Liberals.
I'm not sure what the ABC's count.
No, I'm just saying it could be controversial.
Yep, and Labor's definitely got a solid chance in 2 of them, as well as an extra 2 that the Country Liberals are doing very well in, which are Breitling and Carrimer. So I think we can say 3 confidently for the Country Liberals, and 2 more for both Labor and the Country Liberals that are pretty likely to fall to those parties.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of getting in some more literally just getting in some more votes so we can make a call safely. We don't always want to be calling off just one booth, you know. So
or Labor,
we'll have to wait
or the
see.
ABC, or the
No,
Liberals.
no,
calling it too clear.
Back me up. You know, we've got our own calculator. We can actually
we've got
do something ourselves.
Labor's calling,
which is why
Labor's calling some. Labor's calling some seats. The Liberals are calling some seats. Let's try. I'd rather be a bit more cautious with these. Mate. He's absolutely right.
Yeah, and the Greens, I'm sure, will be cautious as well. That as we know from I think like Walter Taylor Ward, we don't want to go in early with a Greens gain prediction anytime soon. So
true,
we'll hold things off at the moment, but could be possible. We'll have to. I'm going to say this like every 2 minutes at this rate. We'll have to wait and see. Maggie.
There's a lot of updates. Apparently, Eva Lawler, in her seat of Drysdale, she's the Chief Minister, has a fight on her hands, which is very surprising. I think something about Labor saying they've got cautious optimism in Alice Springs, which is an area that they are very confidently not going to win in. So that's some very interesting reports. Oh, actually, they've got Barkly and Namatjira as the seats they're optimistic in, which is interesting.
Yeah, look, we'll have to wait and see on that. I'm just looking at some of these early results in about 10% counted in a few seats. A lot of remote areas, of course, may take longer. We're not 100% sure. It's booth by booth. It's seat by seat. Not that many people to count the votes of, though, just as a sheer proportion of numbers here. Hey, we're going a bit over time here as we won't head to the break. We'll go straight into the intro in a moment, but stay with us here all night because we're going to be continuing this coverage. We're going to be bringing you all the latest results. And look, I think it's going to be really interesting just to see whereabouts some of these swings are going to come in. And again, the big question for the Greens is, can they win their first ever seat in the Northern Territory Parliament? That is something we'll be looking at in about 3 key seats. But stay with us now. You're watching as the NT decides.
Live on 6 News, this is the Northern Territory Decides Election 2024.
And we're back. That was a short break, wasn't it? Stay with us here. We're continuing our live coverage of the 2024 Northern Territory election. I'm Leo Puglisi in 6 News headquarters in Melbourne. With us, Stuart Jeffrey and Maggie Perry, and we're with you throughout the evening as results come in. Results are starting to come in, and we're going to be analysing a lot of these results very shortly. We're getting some more details in. We've started to make calls. 3 seats for the CLP we can safely call at the moment. A lot else happening though at the moment in the world, including of course the US election. For all the latest on that, we'll go live to the newsroom. Here's Austin Pollock.
Leo, thank you. We will get back to the NT election in just a moment, but to the other stories making news right now. And US Vice President Kamala Harris has pledged to chart a new way forward as she formally accepts the Democratic Party's presidential nomination. Harris accepted the nomination at the end of the Democratic National Convention and days of speeches in Chicago. In her speech, she warned of the dangers of Donald Trump, with no guardrails, saying the former president was an unserious man, but the consequences of him returning to the White House would be extremely serious.
On behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks, on behalf of my mother and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with, people who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another, on behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth. I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America. And with this election, our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward.
Harris is the first woman of colour to be the presidential nominee of a major party in the US. Returning back home now, and all branches of the construction arm of the CFMEU have been placed into administration effective immediately. The move follows claims of bullying, corruption and criminal infiltration centred around the union's Victorian branch, with the federal parliament also passing legislation that allows for a takeover of the union for a minimum of 3 years. The move removes almost 300 union officers from mostly volunteer positions and another 11 from paid jobs. Branches in WA and the ACT have also been affected, despite reports that they may be omitted from being placed into administration. Victorian barrister Mark Irving has been appointed as administrator. Queensland Independent MP Stephen Andrew has filed paperwork to join Canada's Australia Party after being disendorsed by One Nation. Andrew was dumped by Pauline Hanson earlier this month, leaving her party with no sitting members in the state parliament ahead of this October's election. The Australian is reporting Andrew has formally put in his paperwork to join the KAP. Now, if he passes the vetting process, it will give the minor party 4 MPs, double that of other minor parties in Queensland Parliament right now, the Greens, who currently have 2. The move will leave the KAP in a strong position to hold the balance of power and potentially give support to Labor or the LNP in the event of a hung parliament. Alright, that is 6 News for now. You can stay up to date by heading over to our website and by following us on social media at 6NewsAU. Stay with us now. Let's head back to our live coverage as the Northern Territory decides.
You're watching the Northern Territory Decides Election 2024.
For what it's worth, the the ABC is calling 1 seat for the Greens. We're not. I'm presuming that's just their election calculator. We're not making any call there yet. But it is going to be interesting. Here's a viewer poll, just a viewer poll, not an actual poll. Probably better polling than the NT got. 79% of our viewers reckon the Greens will win a seat tonight. You can, of course, still vote live in that on YouTube now in the YouTube live chat. Leave your thoughts in. Use the hashtag 6NewsAU. We would love your thoughts on all that. Anyway, it's clear that we've got. Sorry, I was just going to say, Maggie. It's pretty clear that we've got some pretty significant swings going on to the CLP here. We've got 3 seats called at the moment. Maggie, what more can you tell us though?
Well, we haven't gotten a results update since, unless suddenly the election page has been updated, but I doubt that. Oh, actually, you know what? Just to spite myself, there's been some new updates. In Barkly, the Country Liberals lead Labor 55% to 45%. In Blaine, where Mark Turner, a former Labor MP turned independent, it looks like a pretty close heat between Country Liberals and Independents on a projected 2-party preferred. It would be something like 52% to 48%. Definitely one to watch. The ABC updated their estimate for the 2-candidate preferred result in Breitling, where the Greens are trying to win 56% for the Country Liberals against 44% for the Greens. A lot of other seats, Casuarina, where Labor is leading the Country Liberals, but only on a 2-party preferred basis. It's a very safe seat. and yet Labor is in second place. In Daly, where Labor won at a by-election, they've actually got a very strong swing towards them. This is a regional seat where we expected something like this might happen. In Fong Lim, the Greens are tied with Labor. This is once again another Labor seat that we expected would fall to the Country Liberals. About 50% of the primary vote is going to them. In Goyder, the Country Liberals are very strongly leading Belinda Kolstad, the independent successor of Kezia Purek, a popular MP who is retiring. Just seeing if we've got any more results. In Johnston, Community Independent Justine Davis is leading on the primary vote. And that seems to be about it. Yep. Very interesting that Justine Davis, Teal-ish independent, might be winning this seat.
There are 4 seats not called.
Sorry, Stuart, go ahead.
There are 4 seats that are not called, that don't have any results in yet. And of those 4 seats that we have nothing in for, one of them is Nightcliff, and the other one is Drysdale. So there are 4 seats, and 2 of the ones to watch haven't had any results at all yet. The Chief Minister's seat and the former Chief Minister's seat. So there are 4 seats, no results, and 2 of them the other key seats to watch, which is great. Be a late night.
I wonder what's going to happen in Drysdale if Lawler loses that. I mean, oof, that would be well, that would probably if either Lawler loses a seat, I can't see Labor like having any strength at all from there if their leader is done. I just can't. From that though, we'll have to wait and see. It's annoying that we don't have more numbers here, but I think we need to focus particularly, obviously, on Fanny Bay once we get details there, and Breitling also interesting. I don't think the Greens will win that, but if they finish second, and by the looks of it, the Labor vote seems pretty bad there at the moment. That could be significant for them, especially if they're getting double-digit swings. So we'll have to wait and see. For what it's worth, they've made more calls. The ABC, they put the CLP at 9 and Labor at 3. We're not doing that. We're keeping the CLP at 3. But looks like the ABC calculator's making some calls.
I just might mention, I'm pretty sure those aren't calls. Those are just what party is leading in each seat, I think. They might have made a bit of a mistake there.
Yeah, well, it's a dumb graphic then. It's a really dumb graphic. Then, sorry. If it's at the top, they're saying they've called it. But you go into view party totals and it says 9 seats, 1 CLP, 1 seat, 1 Greens. So, yeah, this is why you trust us, folks, not the ABC.
I do have some good news. We said before that there's a low voter turnout, but there's no informal votes. Yeah, so everyone is voting a formal. So we're not going to have a problem with informal votes. Looking at Catherine, for example, 97% is formal votes. So although we're not going to have as many people turning out, we're not going to have the donkey votes to worry about. So everyone who is going to vote genuinely cares about the results. There's no apathy. There's no apathy in there. There's no donkey votes. So those figures we get are more useful in a sense. Silver lining of the low turnout.
Well, we'll see that. No loss in there being no informals. Greens currently have on these very early figures a 3% swing towards them. The CLP has an 18% swing towards them. So I don't think Labor's doing too well at the moment. I think we can say that. If we got a Labor behind graphic or something like that, it's not a good situation for the ALP at the moment. And you're wondering how bad could it get at this stage. And I know we're speaking in early terms here, but still, there we go. Labor behind. Anyway, I'm just trying to find out whether we've got more figures. The current two-party preferred estimate from the ABC is 60 to 40 the CLP's way. And again, that's some early stuff. But yeah. Maggie, do you think the Greens can pull it off here in any seat?
I mean, obviously, they're leading in Fanny Bay on a primary vote, which wasn't expected, I don't think, by really anyone. They could win it in Breitling, and we'll have to see what results look like in Nightcliff. But at least in Johnston, I don't think they'll be winning. Actually, they're quite far behind all the other contenders. This is probably just one polling booth, so Johnston is where community independent Justine Davis is actually leading right now on a primary vote.
Yeah, and we'll keep following that. Hey, just interesting. We're talking to a lot of people. I've been speaking to a senior Labor source who tells 6 News, quote, at this point we might need to ask what kind of car we might be able to fit the Labor caucus into. So if you want a sense of how Labor people are feeling at the moment, that's one senior Labor source. And I think I just activated Siri by holding down on something. Whoops. Anyway, if you want a sense of how Labor people are feeling, that's one Labor source, and we'll see.
Hey Siri, subscribe to 6 News on Patreon. There we go. That'll help us.
Patreon.com/6NewsAU. So I don't know whether that's some Labor people throwing in the towel already, but it's looking like it could be the start of a grim night for them. Although we're not making any calls yet. Currently they've got 0 seats, but we're only giving the CLP 3 at the moment anyway.
One thing I did want to mention that's a very interesting trend we're noticing is that Labor's having horrible swings against them in Darwin and Palmerston seats with about 20%. Regional seats, however, just about nothing, sometimes even a swing towards Labor, which is very, very interesting.
But no EV
in
seats.
Guoja, in Daly, in Arafura, these are all actually pretty strong for Labor. I think we could probably call some of them if they got a bit higher counting percentage.
And that's the issue. We're waiting for the EVCs. No EVCs have called anything yet. Until we hear from the EVCs, we can't make anything certain. It's once we hear from the EVC, it's all over. Like for example, if we look, I'm looking at Catherine right now. There's an in-person voting centre which is given their figures, and then an EVC, and that's it. And the in-person is only reporting at 6.1% of the total potential vote. So we're waiting for the EVCs, and as soon as the EVCs come, they'll all come in one go, and then it'll be all over. So everyone's just hold on for now until we get. It has been an hour and a half, nearly 2 hours, and no EVCs called yet.
What a shame! How annoying. We'll wait. We'll get something eventually. I'm sure. We're waiting. We're listening. By the way, I just had the ABC on again, Maggie. I'm not trying to yell at you over this. This is yelling at the ABC, but they definitely like calling this one Greens thing, this 9 CLP thing. They're putting them on screen. So, that's their dumb problem. But we're not. Look at our tally. Keep a focus on. Yeah, keep a focus on that tally. 3 CLP we're saying at the moment because we're cautious because we get it right. As anyone who was in the Greens Walter Taylor Ward campaign would know, we always get our results and our calls right. And I will get that one Greens NT seat prediction right. I am sure of that. Probably not actually. So.
Unlike the ABC, we actually like to have consistent labelling and website layouts and stuff like that. So if they change their website, you can't trust them for anything.
You can't. You just can't. That's why their managing director jumped ship. It's that bloody rebrand.
Can we say that? Can we make that implication?
It's got to be. Anyway, what else? I'm just looking at the overseas. I've literally got a TV up here. The Blaine results. That's held by Mark Turner, the ex-Labor turned independent MP. And it looks like the CLP is ahead 51-49 on the 2 candidate preferred there. So we'll keep an eye out for Blaine.
We've got a lot of new results now.
Are they EVCs, or what are we getting them from?
Be ABC, which is pretty reliable here. With results at least, not necessarily calling. But Wrangaree, Country Liberals, leading Labor by about 20% on primary. The ABC says this is again 27% counted in that seat. We've also got Nelson's been updated once again, safe Country Liberal seat. We've established this. I'll have to look at Namatjira again. This is where the Greens were second, and they've fallen behind Labor about 4% on the primary, but it's pretty likely the Country Liberals win this. Mulca, this is where the left-leaning independent we were talking about earlier is running, and he's actually trailing the Country Liberals by about 1%, which is also very surprising. I think everyone said that he was a safe bet. Johnston has been called as a Labor routine by the ABC with 30% counted. Although this is very strange because the Country Liberals, Independent Justine Davis, and the Labor candidate are all standing on 30% of the primary. In Fanny Bay, it looks like the Greens are still leading with 37%, Country Liberals 32%, and Labor 29%. Very strong result for them. I think if we get a bit more, we might be able to call
those
them.
figures, that's still just PRAP reporting, and those figures haven't changed. PRAP hasn't reported for at least 30 minutes, so a lot of these figures are still outdated, unfortunately.
Yep.
We need to give the NTEC more funding. I think that's what we've got to agree. Forget our Patreon. Just give them funding to hold. Give them funding to hold exit polls and put more staff on. That's the solution here.
Casuarina Country Liberals are leading Labor on primary vote. This is a seat they held by 16%. We're really seeing extremely strong swings away from Labor in Northern Darwin. And lastly, Araluen, which is a Southern Alice Springs seat. Independent Robin Lamley is comfortably leading the Country Liberals by about 25%, which I think we could call for her. I think Robin Lamley is re-elected. Independent.
And for what it's worth,
that was pretty
guys,
much guaranteed.
Sorry to just cut in, but we want to cut back here. For what it's worth, and I don't think, look, Maggie, the ball's in your court usually, but the ABC has called the election for the CLP and have predicted a substantial defeat for Labor. They're saying CLP majority. So, the ABC's calling that. Maggie, the ball's in your court.
I'm just... There's a lot of Northern Darwin seats that Labor could barely hold on to, and honestly, I think definitely Labor's not winning a majority. I would agree. The Country Liberals are winning a majority. I think they've won this Northern Territory election.
There we go. We're calling it. 6 News can project now that the Country Liberal Party will win the Northern Territory general election and are set to win a majority. As it stands right now, they predicted to win a majority, and Labor is said to be pretty resoundly defeated. It's now a matter of where will Labor win seats, where will potentially the Greens win seats, and how big could this CLP win get. But it is looking like, despite our predictions of a minority government, the Country Liberal Party will win a majority, and there will be a new Chief Minister in the Northern Territory.
Sorry, did you say Greens seats are plural?
Well, they could. How many seats could they pick up? But for what it's worth, there you go. We can call that now. 6 News projects the CLP wins the NT election. It's all over, folks. We can pretty much go home now, can't we? What more are we going to get here? But yeah, these swings are looking pretty significant, and they could get worse as this night goes on for Labor.
Yeah, I'm just looking at some of these results to see if there's anything we can confidently call here. I think the Greens are definitely leading in Fanny Bay. They're likely to win it, but we should be very cautious about calling that. The Greens usually do a lot better starting off of the night, and they usually end up plummeting in vote results, which we saw in Tasmania, we saw in Fanny Bay, which is the seat we're looking at in 2022. So we should be very cautious. I'm just checking to see if there's any particular seats that have some very high primary votes, very high votes counted, and I don't think we can exactly call anything else yet.
No, we can't, but we can say that they're going to win a majority. And so what do you think we're already talking about the fallout here because it's over. Stuart, what do you reckon the fallout's going to be here for federal Labor, right? The Senate, they're always going to pick up one seat there, but they've got both of the House seats in the NT at the moment. Is this something that they should be worried about, given how badly it's starting to go here? And again, I note federal politics is different, and there are just 2 federal NT seats anyway.
Yeah, look, I think the question is for federally. I think the way those 2 states are divided means that you're not going to be, unless we see massive gains in Darwin. I wouldn't be surprised if both those seats still stay Labor at a federal level, just how they're divided with a large. Again, it depends on how much Darwin goes CLP at a state level. Definitely a majority for CLP is definitely looking likely. I believe you and I have both had 12 seats. So look, the question is, if it's a majority by how much,
which is pretty much 300 or whatever the CLP is going to get. But Maggie,
the question is, will it be Greens?
Maggie, we're sure not going to update any of these seats yet, because I'm just thinking, surely the CLP gains another at this point.
We still have nothing for Drysdale and nothing for Nightcliff.
I'm just being very careful because in a lot of the seats where the country Liberals are expected to gain, there's only about 5% counted or so, which is very risky to follow through with. But I think we could say maybe Gwoja will remain in Labor hands.
Still no figures for Port Darwin either, and no figures for Arnhem, which has the unique distinction of being the seat that Palmer once held. Not Palmer, but his party once held.
Yeah.
Although not by election, that was Larissa Lee when she did all that swapping around in 2014, kept changing her status. So she was Palmer at one point. So technically the only seat in the Northern Territory to ever be held by Palmer United, although it no longer exists. Or no longer registered, I should say, the UAP. But it's still one to watch.
Lucky them. You're right, that is one to watch. But again, it's really just a matter of how big this could get here. And we're saying majority at this point. So, I mean, Labor's going to have to... it's a cliche, but they might have to do some soul searching after this, hey, Stuart? Really, though...
Get out. I mean, no, go.
You'd think...
It's a horrible cliche.
Lawler, if she retains her seat, she surely wouldn't stay on as leader, right? I mean, I know she's only been in the job for a few months, but... I mean, with respect, she's not leading them to a very good election result at this point. It's a very bad election result, in fact. Let's be clearer. It's a terrible election result for them.
Well, if we assume that both the Chief Minister and the former Chief Minister are out, then who's left? It'd probably be Page. Because he's got the only safe seat to be left. I presume that he would be in the running. He's currently, Attorney General? Who was the Attorney General? I'm not sure if he still is. But he's definitely in the running if the Chief Minister and the former Chief Minister are both out. Unless we're looking at a Campbell Newman situation where they leave the party without being an MP.
Oh, don't. We're never returning to that kind of situation. Surely not. Oh, don't go there. But it will be interesting. Have we got any updates on the Greens, Maggie, in any of these seats that we're trying to figure out whether they're going to win or not?
Well, I'll just repeat the results we have in Fanny Bay. The primary vote has the Greens, Suki Doris Walker at 37%. That's a pretty impressive result, of course. Country Liberals at 32% and Labor at 29%. I would not call this for the Greens, even with 13% counted, mainly because if Labor were to overtake the Country Liberals here, it would be a much closer race because Country Liberal preferences will likely split mainly in favour of Labor. But if the Country Liberals remain in second and the Greens in first, I think we can very confidently say the Greens would win in that situation.
Yep, would, but we're not calling it yet. Let's make that clear. Not yet. I still reckon we probably will, though. But
We've also got 7% counted in Breitling, which is in northern Alice Springs. The primary vote situation is 57% Country Liberal, Green 33%, and Labor 9%, though ABC projection for the two candidate preferred says 56% for the Liberals and 44% for the Greens. So I guess this is a very strongly Country Liberal leading polling booth we've got reporting.
Right. Again, it's just a matter of how bad could this go for Labor. And I'll repeat that quote from our senior Labor source just a few minutes ago, who told us, at this point we need to ask what kind of car might be able to fit the NT Labor caucus into. So,
I have some good news. We're starting to get the EVC figures in. That's the early voting centres. We're starting to get counts from them. We've just got the first count in Johnston from an EVC. Johnston's now sitting at 31% of the vote counted, and I am reasonably comfortable to call that as a Labor retain, possibly. I'm going to get you to just double check those figures for me.
Actually, it seems the ABC has got the two-party, or maybe the Northern Territory Electoral Commission has got that a bit wrong. Even though on a two-party preferred basis, Labor looks like they're leading, the first preference situation is very different. The Country Liberals are on 31%, Justine Davis Independent 30%, and Labor's in third place with 30%.
So we don't have two candidate preferred for the EVC yet.
Yeah.
So,
for the
sorry to interrupt and just jump in, but I just think it's interesting. It looks like Robin Lambley, the former Territory Alliance MP, looks like she is on track to retain her seat.
Yeah, we've got that called. Araluen,
Okay,
that's in
cool.
Southern Alice Springs.
Okay, cool. I'm trying to wait till we get some more EVC figures in, but we've got one in, so we should start seeing more come through any minute now. It has been 2 hours since the polls closed, almost exactly.
Exactly.
Now it's
So
2 hours.
it's 8:30 now. So yeah.
We should see our next batch of results within maybe a minute or two. That's my guess with the situation we've got right now. But it's very interesting that the seats that haven't gotten any results yet are Nightcliff, Drysdale, and Port Darwin. These are all pretty inner city seats. There's also Arnhem, which is a remote Northern Territory seat, pretty safe for Labor, but we'll have to see. But Port Darwin especially is very likely to flip to the Country Liberals instead of Labor. Nightcliff, will have to see how the Greens perform in that seat. In Drysdale, as we mentioned, Eva Lawler, Chief Minister for the Northern Territory and leader of the Labor Party, is in serious danger there.
We've got
serious
some
danger.
figures.
Sorry to interrupt, Stuart. I just think that's something we should really keep our eye out on the moment. At the moment in Drysdale, the Chief Minister in serious danger of losing her seat at this point. But again, the Country Liberal Party does win that majority if you're just joining us. Stuart?
We are getting mobile team reporting in for daily now. We only had a voting day centre open with the first mobile team in, and it's looking pretty good there for Labor in daily right now. 588 to 394 for the CLP. There's only a two-candidate seat. There's no independents or the Greens contesting that one. So we looks like we're getting some of the mobile teams in as well, which will be useful to get some. It still is early figures, 16.3% when you count the mobile team and the one election day polling booth that were open. But we are starting to get some of these starting to trickle through. We're almost like the UK, at least we've got them all in one go.
There's your probably one and only benefit of first past the post. So you're able to get those through pretty quickly. Then again, I don't mind waiting an hour if we get some better electoral system in place. Hey, just looking at these swings again, they're pretty massive against well, I should say pretty massive towards the CLP, and I guess it's mixed in some places of where it's going to go to. Of course, you have to remember the Territory Alliance factor. They got 13% at the last election and don't exist now, so you have to take that into account at some level, of course. But again, it's just I just keep looking over at some of these figures. And I mean, Johnston is quite incredible. You were talking about Justine Davis there, Maggie. That you've got the incumbent Joel Bowden in third at the moment. I mean, that is rough at the moment for Labor. And mind you, I think he was tapped as a future leader.
We've even got some new results in a bunch of seats. I'm sorry if you don't mind me.
Please go ahead.
Talking over you when we get new results. Johnston's updated its two-party preferred. We've got a lot of new results. Wanguri, it looks like a country Liberal gain from Labor. 28% swing to the country Liberals. That is shocking. In Wanguri. Sanderson is a 50-50 race right now, 11% counted. That's a swing of 19%. And Nightcliff is shocking right now. Primary result is all over the place. Labor's on 32%, Greens 25%, Independent Mililma May, she's a community independent with 23%, Country Liberals 18%, and the two candidate preferred has Labor at 50%, that's Natasha Files, ex-Chief Minister, versus the Greens, who are leading by just a handful of votes. That is a extremely tight race. Really, a lot of people could end up in the top two here. If the Teal manages to come second, I think they'll win that seat. If the Greens come second, they have a 50-50 chance or so of beating Natasha Files. Labor is in serious trouble here, especially in their safest seat.
Do we have a swing for that? Does the ABC have a swing up for that?
That would be a swing of 24% away from Labor, but the Greens were not in the two candidate preferred last time.
Yeah, that's what I'm factoring in. We don't have two candidate preferred for that yet, or even for Nightcliff. Nightcliff, we only have first preferences in. We don't have any two candidate preferred ones, but we do have Nightcliff. That is an election day centre, not an EVC. We have no EVC figures yet.
In Namatjira, we can definitely call the seat for the Country Liberals. The Greens might end up in second here. Karama, Country Liberals are leading by 10% against Labor. That's an 18% swing. Once again, huge results here. In Phong Lim, I think this is pretty likely to fall to the Country Liberals, but there's not much counted yet. The Greens are still in second place, tied with Labor. And the ABC has called Drysdale as a Country Liberal gain. Eva Lawler has lost her seat, and I agree. 30% counted. Country Liberals with 60% of the primary, and Labor on just 29%. That's definitely won by the Country Liberals. That's a huge result. Eva Lawler, Chief Minister,
I was just going to say that absolutely should be noted. Incumbent Northern Territory Chief Minister Eva Lawler has lost her seat. The Chief Minister has lost her seat of Drysdale. It's over. This is the Campbell Newman moment. This is the Adam Giles moment. It's done. It is completely, utterly over for Labor.
Hey, we've got
Eva Lawler
that's an
has lost her
EVC,
seat.
so we can. That's an EVC, so I'm happy we can call that. It's an EVC reporting, so it's going to be more reliable, and that is not very good. Oh, jeez.
God.
This is crisis control now.
Yeah, there's a lot more seats for reporting results too. We're really getting everything right now. In Breitling, Country Liberals on 49%, Greens 40%, and Labor 11%. That is a 31% swing towards the Greens on a primary vote level in Breitling. One to watch. I don't think the Greens will win that, but it is possible that they could gain it. We've also got Barclay with 21% counted, and the Country Liberals lead by 7% over Labor. I think we could also call that for Country Liberals. There's a lot of seats that we're looking at. In Arnhem, Labor actually leads by 40% on a primary vote level, which is quite in contrast to a lot of the other results.
That's one mobile. That's only a mobile team, though.
Yeah, actually, that is very true. But
that'll probably be skewed towards Labor if it's a mobile team.
Yeah. But I think we can still definitely call that. I'll just check what our numbers are for each party right now.
Jeez, that is shocking for Labor. That is just abysmal. When you just take a step back, that is just What more can you say? What an absolutely disastrous night for the Labor Party, and it is going to get worse.
On primary preference, on primary votes, Files is ahead in Nightcliff, so we could see a resurgent Files even because Lawler's gone. So that could be a new contest to watch. Will Files kind of step up and fill that gap again? Because who's left to contest it? The leadership, Page and Files would be my guesses.
That would be, by the way, 1 independent, 2 free seats for Labor, I think, and 10 seats for the Country Liberals right now.
Have we called Wanguri yet? Because we now have EVCs for that.
Yes, we've called that.
Cool.
Yeah, not too many seats left to call now. I think more than half of them have been called by us now. 3 of the seats that we haven't called, the Greens are in contention, so we should definitely look. But yeah, 3 Labor right now, 10 Country Liberal, 1 independent.
You have to wonder who they're going to pick as their leader, and you'd say Chancey Pace is the early favourite.
Yeah, he's got his seat by a huge margin. He's got it by 14% right now. He's not been affected by this landslide at all. He's got a very remote seat. I mean, his remote seats really aren't swinging against Labor right now.
So have we called Goyder yet, Maggie?
Yeah, Goyder. Country Liberal gain from Independent, although that Independent was retiring.
So we've got Goyder's gone as an Independent. Arrowlewin is what, a retain?
Yep, retain for Independents.
So I just want to go over the seats currently held by Independents. Do we have anything for Blaine?
For Blaine, I think we should actually be more cautious about.
Yeah,
it's a very interesting result. It looks like the Independent might be able to retain it, and I don't think anyone really expected that.
No EVC there in Blaine yet.
Yeah, only 4% counted, so we should be very careful.
And Mulcahy is going which way?
Complete toss-up right now on the results. Right
Ooh, yeah, I'm seeing that now. You could see potentially 1 independent remaining, Arrowlewin, which is comfortable. Blaine and Mulcahy up in the air. That's big. So much for our 3 independent.
Yeah, although we could be seeing independent gains in Nightcliff, in Johnston, in Blaine, against the last election, so we might end up seeing even more independents with 2 of them losing the seat they held. A lot of appeals in Northern Territory Parliament would be very interesting.
We've got a 20% swing towards the Country Liberal leader, Finocchiaro in Spillett. So that's the safest seat in the election. I'm pretty happy to say that. Safest seat in the election.
Looks like Leo might have had technical problems.
No, sorry, I was just switching my AirPods live. Can you all still hear me?
Yeah.
Great, because I've got you. Yeah, this is just... I don't think it can be understated how terrible this is for Labor. This is probably the worst possible result outside of 0 seats, right? I mean, how bad could this get? you've lost your leader's seat. That is about as low as it can go for any political party, let alone the party of government. I would say Chancey Page will be the next leader of the Labor Party. I can't see who else it would be. They're really running out of options here.
Yeah, they're losing a lot of their potential candidates here, which is really bad.
We still have no Port Darwin.
That is a very likely seat to fall to the Country Liberals. I don't see how Labor could retain it. But we'll just have to wait for the first results.
So that's the only seat not reporting is Port Darwin. And that's likely CLP gain. Gain? It's a gain, right?
Yeah, a likely gain.
Yeah.
I'm noticing a lot of these safe Labor seats in Northern Darwin are about 50-50. There's Sanderson, I think. There's Casuarina. There's some others, I believe. If I'm sure Labor will be hoping to hold into these seats, but I mean, I didn't even talk about them as possible key seats to be taken, and they might just fall.
I want to skip past that just for a second and talk about again the number of EDC votes we have here. The percentage of people we have doing early voting. Looking at Breitling for a second, where you've got 3 election day polling booths and 1 EVC. We've got the 3 election day booths that have reported, and it's only 17%. So overwhelmingly early vote, which is, yeah, that's massive to have such big early vote counts, and it really goes to show, you know, A, how remote the Northern Territory is, but B, like, that's more than we've had in the past. Like, I think that's the highest early vote percentage in any election in Australia ever.
Wow.
Not only is Labor losing, but we're having the highest EVC percentage ever.
We've also just gotten some more results in a ton of seats. I'll just look at some of these in Blaine, where Mark Turner, independent, is running. 30% counted. He's definitely trailing the Country Liberals, but I wouldn't say confidently that they've won it yet. 48% for them, 37% for Mark Turner, and 15% for Labor, which is shocking when it's a seat that they won last election. They've gotten 15% of a vote in. That's horrible. We've also got Daly, which the ABC is recording as a Labor retain with a 6% swing towards them. I would agree that's definitely a seat that they've won. I think that's for Labor, that we can say right now. In Johnston community, independent Justine Davis is leading the Country Liberals right now. But once again, 30% for each main group in that seat. In Malka, Yingia Mark Guyola is leading. I hope I didn't butcher that, against Country Liberals, but still too early to call. Port Darwin, we've gotten our first results. 62% for the Liberals and 38% for Labor. I think we could call that. Green's doing quite well here, but not enough to overtake Labor. Yeah.
We'll see how the Greens continue to go throughout the night. I just can't stop thinking about though Eva Lawler. I mean, that is just absolutely extraordinary. We had mentioned it earlier in the evening, and again, I mean, it was never impossible, right? But still, when you see that kind of headline, a chief minister losing their seat, it just goes to show what a terrible night it has been, and it continues to be for the Territory Labor Party. Just an absolute disaster for them, and I'll keep saying it, it's a matter of how bad will this get. We're interested in your thoughts, by the way. How bad will this get for the Labor Party? Let us know in the live chat. Use the hashtag SIXNewsAU, and we'll love to keep reading your thoughts out. We will continue to do that throughout the night, of course. So the Chief Minister is gone. Natasha Files, the former Chief Minister, going. Chancey Paich will probably become the new Labor leader in the NT. And, well, really, it's a matter of just how few or how many can they manage to scramble and get here. If the Greens can manage to pick up something, that will be significant for them. Of course, it would be their first ever NT seat. That's a big if, though. We'll keep waiting and seeing those results in particular Nightcliff and Fanny Bay. Fanny Bay in particular.
As well as Breitling, where they're doing quite well.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's the Alice Springs seat, where the Labor vote seems to have totally collapsed there. So it's CLP Green race. We will have a look at that as well. We'll keep coming back to that. And yeah, it's going to be, I guess, particularly interesting.
We've gotten some more results in Fanny Bay, actually. We should update 15% counted. A bit closer now. Greens 37%, Country Liberal 32%, Labor 29%. I think that is different to the prior results. But once again, if Labor manages to come in second here, they could definitely retain this seat. But it really depends whether Labor can make the top two or not. This is a similar situation to McNamara or Higgins or Brisbane, Ryan, Griffith, all of these seats we had at a federal level, where it really depended on whether Labor could make second, and if they do, I think they're likely to retain it, but otherwise the Greens are definitely in the better position right now.
I'm just looking at these, I keep saying statewide, but it is territory-wide if we want to be nerds about it. Actually,
I also just wanted to...
But it is like an 11% swing away from Labor total here at the moment, which is just awful for them. Sorry, Maggie, go on.
That's 12 seats for the Country Liberals, 4 for Labor, 1 independent.
Yep, so they're one off the majority. They will get that majority we're projecting anyway.
Can we call Malkin now, Maggie, as well?
I think we should be careful because although the independent leads there by 6%, it's a seat where the boosts really vary. There's 18% counted. I think we might end up with some different results at the end of this. I just want to be careful. I think the independent's likely to win there, but we just have to wait and see.
Sure, there's like a lot of mobile team votes. There are 2 teams, and like 80% of the vote is with those 2 teams. True.
I'm not crazy.
ABC did poorly there.
So I was just going to say, this is definitely the first time a sitting government leader has lost their seat since Adam Giles in 2016. There hasn't been one since then, has there? Surely not.
I don't think so.
No, because Campbell Newman was 2015. And obviously John Howard was 2007. Yeah, that should be right. Gee, what a disaster. What a disaster for Labor. By the way, if you're a Labor person in the NT or anywhere else in the country, you've got some thoughts on this, our DMs are open at SIXNewsAU. We'd love to hear your thoughts. If you're in the know, please let us know and give us the latest information. We've got Signal and Proton Mail if you need it, by the way. Hit us up at SIXNewsAU. You can just slide into our DMs with any tips you want. Is it normal to make these kind of public appeals? Well, I'm not hiding it. It's nothing. It's
not with that language, no.
Well, it's not a secret. We asked.
No, sliding into 60s' DMs. I wouldn't phrase it that way, but sure.
Don't be weird about it, people. Anyway. So I'm just trying to see it as I'm leaning back. Yeah. So the CLP's primary vote might get over 50% here. Which, obviously there's only 3 registered parties contesting this, so, I mean, it's not that hard, but also, that's still massive in Australian terms in recent years. A winning party getting more than 50% of the vote is huge. I can't think of the last time that's happened since, what, McGowan 2021 would be the last time? Surely?
And again, this is
and McGowan 2021 was insane.
And again, this is as you pointed out earlier, we've got a straight majority here for the CLP in terms of like territory-wide votes, but 2 Labor MPs federally. That's going to be new as well.
Yeah, well, we'll see how long that federal situation lasts. You can guarantee it, though. Yeah, you can guarantee it, though, the Senate makeup will not change. Really, the only thing in the Senate in the NT that matters is who will finish first, CLP or Labor at each Senate election. And that doesn't even actually matter. It's like the only thing to look out for, because we always know it's going to be one there. Although, I mean, ACT would be different. But
although I will say, if the Greens get, like, first in a seat, and it will be second in a couple of other seats, then we'd be 2 decades away from a pocock situation where we can see another party or an independent winning the Senate seat. So if the Greens win seats here, it shows that we're on track for a David Pocock situation where you have non-CLP or non-Labor members federally.
Maybe. And I was sorry to have to say, I completely forgot. Sam McMahon, that's it, was the CLP senator who quit to join the Lib Dems, now the Libertarian Party. She was not re-elected, though. She was the first ever federal territory senator to represent a non-major party, though not the first to be elected as such. That, of course, was David Pocock with his David Pocock Party. By the way, just claiming my own little win here, given how current projections are going, I was the one who projected the lowest Labor seat count at 9. Maggie, you had 11. Stuart, you had 10. So I'm going to take that as a win based on how things are going. And, well, if I can get that Greens one right, you all owe me $500 or something like that. I don't know.
I'm not sure about that. I don't think I owe you that.
Well, I owe less because I called a majority. I called the highest number of votes with you. So
true. If I get that Greens thing right, that might balance it out. Yeah, there's that graphic we can keep on screen pretty much all night. That is the story. Not just a CLP majority, but the chief minister losing her seat. How bad do you have to be for that to happen? And yes, I get it's probably more likely in the NT. You have a smaller number of voters. It's happened before. It happened literally 2 elections ago. But still, it's disastrous. It is an absolute disastrous. Just the image of that happening is something that's going to be just awful and for Labor. And look, I'm sure we'll see continuing fallout from this. Look, I don't think people need to jump the gun and saying this is going to happen everywhere in the country, because this isn't going to matter when it comes to the ACT election. The real worry for Labor is going to be the Queensland election for obvious reasons, which is in October, a week after the ACT, mind you. But Labor could be fine in other areas, Watch, Labor's going to have boosts in plenty of parts of the New South Wales in the local elections next month, because the NT general election doesn't matter in that. So just have to be cautious there. But still, that is an absolute headline that we have to go with. That is the story. The Chief Minister losing her seat. I'm conscious of time as well. We'll be heading to a break in a couple of minutes, but it's just, looking less. Do we have, Maggie, I know I keep hammering you on this, but it is just interesting to follow, and I'm sure for our many loyal Green shills who watch us, is there any update in terms of where the Greens are going in Fanny Bay at the moment, which seems to be their most likely shot of winning, if at all?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite possible that they still end up with 0 seats, but I think it's, I've rated it as likely that the Greens win in Fanny Bay. But especially if Labor stays in third, that's what they need in Fanny Bay. And there's only 50% counted in that seat. Also looking at Nightcliff, no updates yet, 18% counted. It's neck and neck between, let's say, Labor and the community independent in that seat. And lastly, in Breitling, it looks like Country Liberals are likely to win against the Greens, but I wouldn't write it off just yet.
Can I just go back to Fanny Bay for a second? You mentioned earlier that the Greens tend to come over the gate very well and then start having problems later on. We've got Darwin City's figures in Fanny Bay, and the Greens are second there. 38 votes, 43 for the CLP for Darwin City. So Greens did well in Parup, but Darwin City they didn't do as well as. So Parup could be an outlier. It'd be a massive outlier, but it's not a certain yet because we do have Darwin City bucking the trend. Although not many votes there, but still, my point remains.
Really, it doesn't matter in Fanny Bay if the Country Liberals do a lot better than the Greens. It's just whether Labor stays in third. the country Liberals
But you
should be
still
on
think
40%.
it's likely?
I think it's likely the Greens win here, but definitely not something we can write off. There's even a chance they fall into third here. I don't think that's very likely, but if that happened, of course, they would definitely lose.
I think the ABC's got a two-party preferred of Labor and CLP.
I think that's because the AEC expected Labor to beat the Greens and the Greens not to come second here, or first. So
that's the figures from the
reason for that.
NTEC as well. They've got that same thing of. So the question is, is if this is definitely a bolt from the blue, whatever.
Yeah, this does happen sometimes where the AEC doesn't get the top two correct, which is quite likely to happen, and especially in three-way contests like we're seeing in Johnston or we're seeing in Nightcliff, but especially in Fanny Bay, it looks like they've thought that the Greens would not end up in the top two, and right now it looks like they're in first place, so...
I've just realised, by the way, we've gone through that 8:58 again, so we'll continue to the top of the hour again. Sorry, we will go to the headlines live with Austin Pollock in a moment, but just stay with us at the moment. I should have checked the live
and
chat.
Hopefully, when you're back, we'll have some more figures.
Yes, absolutely. Hopefully.
Quite likely that we'll have more figures than that.
Something. I don't know. What's the time? Okay, we got about a minute to fill. Any other comments, just quickly, Maggie, just as we wrap up this hour?
Well, there seems to be a pretty consistent timing about every 15 minutes there's new results. So it's been about 12 minutes. So I think when, we're back, there'll definitely be some more results for you to look at.
Yeah, and we hope to get some more details out of Fanny Bay for those who are watching how the Greens are going there. Of course, they are gunning for their first ever seat in the Northern Territory Parliament. They've never won a seat there. That is the only jurisdiction that is Greensless on a state or / territory or federal level. Stay with us here on 6 News. We'll be continuing our coverage right throughout the evening. We'll be waiting for leader speeches, of course, and Eva Lawler. Again, I have to repeat that headline. She has lost her seat. The incumbent Chief Minister has lost her seat. Stay with us now. You're watching live as the NT decides.
Live on 6 News, this is the Northern Territory Decides Election 2024.
With us live here on 6 News as we continue our coverage of the 2024 Northern Territory general election. We are continuing to look at how this all plays out, and look, there's a lot more results to come in. I just want to repeat that breaking news from last hour. We can project that the Country Liberal Party wins a majority and incumbent Labor Chief Minister Eva Lawler loses her seat of Drysdale. Those are the two major headlines we are seeing at this hour. The CLP will get a majority. There's going to be a lot going on. We're expecting some results to be coming in a few minutes. A lot of other headlines going on in the world at the moment, including, of course, the latest out of the US election. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., he dropped out today and endorsed Donald Trump, while, of course, Kamala Harris has formally accepted the Democratic Party's nomination. For that, we'll go live to the newsroom with all those other headlines. Here's Austin Pollock.
Leo, thank you. We will get back to the NT election in just a moment, but to the other stories making news right now. And US Vice President Kamala Harris has pledged to chart a new way forward as she formally accepts the Democratic Party's presidential nomination. Harris accepted the nomination at the end of the Democratic National Convention and days of speeches in Chicago. In her speech, she warned of the dangers of Donald Trump, with no guardrails, saying the former president was an unserious man, but the consequences of him returning to the White House would be extremely serious.
on behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks, on behalf of my mother and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with.
Territory Chief Minister Eva Lawler speaking live now after losing her seat and the election. Let's listen in.
Probably the best seat in the whole of the Northern Territory, a seat that I'm being very proud to be the local member. It has also been a privilege to be a minister in the Northern Territory government for 8 years, and I'm proud. And I'm proud of the tough fight, the tough, hard fight that we've fought in this campaign. Unfortunately, we haven't got over the line tonight. It looks like I've lost my seat, and I know some of our great candidates and great members have also lost their seat as well tonight. So a sad night, absolutely sad night for Labor. But to all of you who are here, the people who have campaigned so hard for us, so hard for so long, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. So look out tonight, I see the party faithful, the people who have been around since 2001, that have been committed to Labor, and I know will continue to be committed to Labor. To all of you who are here, I love you. You are the Labor family, the family that I'm very, very proud to have led. I'm also very proud of my own family. I know I didn't want a political career. I got into politics late in life, and you know the line, I'm the person that's the least political in the Labor Party. But to my own family, I am absolutely indebted forever to my two beautiful children, Lindsay and Kirby. You could not have two more beautiful children and amazing Territorians. So Lindsay and Kirby, thank you very much for just always supporting me. My two sisters, Louise and Christina, and my three brothers, Robert, John and Frank, again have just supported me every single inch of the way. I think you all know my story. There was a nice article in the NT News today. It has been tough. My husband passed away in 2018, but I know he's watching down, and I know every single day he's always supported me in all the roles that I have. But to all my family and to the people who are my new family, my Labor family, the people who always look after me, thank you very much. To the hardworking people, Shlock Sharma, our campaign director, to Carly Dalton. I think she's got about 70 complaints that she's following up from the polling today. But also to our President Anthony Venus. Thank you very much for the hard work that you've put into the campaign. I will also make an extraordinary mention of Alf Leonardo, who coordinated our fundraising. Is a true legend and has done so much work on this campaign. And Alf, thank you very much for always backing me, always getting in and supporting me, but all your hard work for this campaign as well. Love you, thank you. To my deputy Chancey Paik, to my ministerial colleagues. I know Leah talked about a united party and united, but I can truly tell everybody in this room, and you all know this, you could not get a more united cabinet. You could not get a more united caucus. We actually want to be in the same room as each other. We enjoy each other's company. We absolutely love each other. The people in my cabinet have become my best friends. They truly are my best friends that I have. So to all of you, to Kate Warden, I'm looking at Kate, I'm looking Selena Ubo, to Nari Arkit, to all our members in our cabinet. You truly are exceptional people who have worked so hard for the Territory and have led the Territory. But to my caucus team, some of our newer caucus members look like they're going to hold their seats. To Manuel Brown, Duran Young, you've done a really good job. Terrific people. And as I said, the results probably won't be known for a few days. And as I said, I have spoken to Leah Finocchiaro. I've told her what an absolute privilege it is to be a Chief Minister in the Northern Territory. And I have conceded. But as I said, there will still be some seats that need to be decided. I'll move on to the staff. Because as Chief Minister and as a Minister, you truly can't do what you want to do unless you have exceptional staff. And I truly have been blessed to have, in my 8 years, amazing people that have worked for me, that have been so loyal, that have worked day and night exceptionally hard for me. I will mention Mark Nelson, my Chief of Staff. Mark... For all of us that know Mark, he truly is the smartest man in the room, in every room that you're in, and it's been an absolute pleasure working with Mark. To Suzanne Morgan, Suzanne's been my Chief of Staff and my Deputy Chief of Staff. And she is the glue. She's the glue that holds my life together sometimes, but she's also the glue that holds everything on the fifth floor together. Suzanne Morgan, you are an exceptional person, absolutely exceptional person to have on staff. Wherever you go, I know you'll always succeed in life. You have a beautiful personality. We all love you, Suzanne. So thank you very much, Suzanne. The next exceptional person is Jasmine Roussos. She truly is the hardest working person, I think, on the fifth floor. She is amazing. She truly is a very good friend of mine, but we think alike, we say alike, and a briefing with Jasmine's always a laugh. We always have a good time together as well. It's always good fun with Jasmine around, but Jasmine, I will be indebted to you for probably the rest of my life for the fun that we've had, but the great work that we've had that we've been able to do together. But Jasmine, you're only young, you've got a huge future ahead of you, but thank you, Jasmine, for all you've done for me. To Anthony Templeton. Anthony's only been in the Territory since about January this year, but has made a huge difference to our messaging and the work that we've done. Thank you, Anthony, for, again, being an absolute professional, and it's been fantastic having you in the Northern Territory. But I now move on to our electorate staff, my electorate staff. I've only had in the time that I've been a local member three electorate officers, Kirby Bolton, Liz Cruz and Lisa Camero. Three beautiful, beautiful people. And Sarah Morrissey. You cannot get better electorate staff than that. And again, when you're a minister or even when you're chief minister, there are times where you're called out or you're busy or you can't necessarily be in the electorate as much as you would like to be. So to my electorate officers, Lisa and Sarah, you truly have been magnificent. Thank you very much. I will thank all of the government agency CEOs as well. I have been very fortunate to have outstanding chief executives of government agencies across the board. Everyone that I've had as I've been minister have been outstanding, and I wish them all the very best. I know how hard the next few weeks are going to be when you have a change of government, but I wish them all the best. And I'm going to have one last say around the thank yous, and that's to thank my close personal protection guy, Scott. He's up the back there. Scott and his crew have been dragged around the Northern Territory by me, but Scott, you have been a wonderful person to have in our company. So thank you very much, Scott. But tonight is a tough night for Labor, a truly tough night for Labor. It wasn't the result that we wanted to see, we know that, but I think some of those votes and some of those decisions were made a long time ago. I know Territorians want to change. We've heard that loudly and clearly. As I said, I have wished Leah Finocchiaro all the very best. It is a hard job being a Chief Minister in the Northern Territory, but I can also assure Territorians that when we're in opposition, we're not going to be running the Northern Territory down. We love the Territory. We will be constructive in opposition. I won't be there in opposition. As I said, I've lost my seat, but I know my colleagues that will remain. They will be constructive in opposition. Their criticism of the CLP or the criticism of the government of the day will be about what's best for Territorians rather than spending the time running the Northern Territory down. There are plenty of things that our government can be very proud of, plenty of achievements that we can be very proud of, and I acknowledge Michael Gunner and Natasha Files and the hard work that they have done leading the Northern Territory over the 8 years with me in our term of government, and also our ministers and our backbenchers who have worked exceptionally hard. I will acknowledge Nicole Manison, who's retiring, also Paul Kirby, who's retiring, and wish them all the very best. I will mention, because we've got media here, and so I will mention some of the achievements that our government has achieved over our time of government. Full funding of education is one that I will be very proud of. That truly will make a difference in the Northern Territory. We've fought hard for that for our 8 years, and even prior to that I fought hard as a Deputy Chief Executive to have full funding for all our schools, and I thank Jason Clare, the Federal Education Minister, for his work that we've in collaboration with our government around that. We can be very proud of achieving full funding for schools in the Northern Territory, and let's hope the CLP don't cut funding to education and cut teachers in the Northern Territory. I'm very proud of the $11 billion spend in infrastructure in the Northern Territory. $11 billion. When people ask where's the debt and what's been spent on, $11 billion of infrastructure in the Northern Territory. And I'm really proud of the Palmerston Hospital, the Palmerston Police Station, the Palmerston Fire Station, and 2 schools in Palmerston. And we could talk, and I could talk for hours about the infrastructure in the Northern Territory. I will mention, though, over 2,000 kilometres of bitumen in the Northern Territory. I will mention the sealing of the Tanami. I think I heard Barry Coulter doing the election wrap-up for ABC. Barry Coulter, I think, said at some stage, you'll never get that done. Well, Barry Coulter, we have. We're building and we're bitumising the Tanami Road. I'm also proud of the $570 million of new money that's going into police in the Northern Territory. That $570 million means 200 extra sworn police officers, and that's what's needed in the Northern Territory. That will make a difference in the Northern Territory as well. Plenty of achievements, and I could talk, as I said, a long time around those achievements. But what I will finish by saying, thank you for your support over the 8 months that I've been Chief Minister. I would have liked it to have been longer. Of course, we would have liked to have had another term to lead Territorians. But thank you also for the 8 years that we have been in government. It truly is an honour to lead the Northern Territory. I do believe that we leave the Northern Territory in a much better position than previously. But hard work, it is hard work in government, and the CLP will find that out. It isn't easy. Territorians are expecting to see crime reduced in the Northern Territory. All of those election commitments that we heard from the CLP will be making sure, I'm sure, that they are accountable for all of those. But tonight, I thank all of you who are here and say thank you very much for being loyal supporters of ours. To all our staff, I know how hard it's going to be for you over the next few weeks. You will be supported. We will be here to support you because you have worked exceptionally hard for all of us. But now it's time to have a drink, think about the great things that have happened under a Labor government. But thank you, everyone. It's been a pleasure.
And there you go, that was Eva Lawler there, the outgoing Northern Territory Chief Minister, wrapping up her time in office, and we'll just cut away there, but you can just see, very emotional for her, as is understandable. She was only put in the top job a few months ago after Natasha Files' pretty sudden resignation. And now not only is she gone from that job, she's gone from Parliament. She has lost her own seat as a Chief Minister, the first state or territory government leader to lose their own seat since the CLP's Adam Giles lost his seat at the 2016 Northern Territory election. And of course, there's been other examples before that: Campbell Newman 2015, John Howard 2007, some pretty famous recent ones. Look, I'll get to you first, Stuart. What did you make of, I guess, what she said there? Obviously, usual standard stuff, but she's, even saying pretty openly that, yes, we'll hold them together in opposition, but I won't be there for it. And that is not something you hear an outgoing leader say every day.
I mean, true, you don't hear it every day because usually they don't lose their seat at the same time, or at least in the last 8 years. Yeah, definitely the ability to hold them account, I believe, would be dependent on CLP not having a majority. Yeah, the CLP has a majority, then you get more problems, for Labor at least. Although CLP members, unlike the ALP, can cross the floor. So it's not going to be everything gets passed automatically. So definitely in that aspect, you would hear that from Labor more than you would from the CLP. The ability to hold an account by crossing the floor. So that's definitely an option there. Again, Greens would probably hear a similar thing from the Greens. The issue is when you get a majority, it becomes much harder. I think looking at least, what are we calling, 14 CLP seats? And we're looking at potentially another 2 or 3. So when you start looking at getting, 16 or 17 MPs, then that becomes harder to try and push back on a lot of things. But the determination of the ALP here should definitely be commended for fighting through the last 4 years, where they've had 3 different leaders, but they've kept going pretty strong.
Yeah, definitely. Look, it's going to be interesting just to see what they can pick up. And again, I'll just say, as we understand it, Chancey Peach is the likeliest to become the new NT Labor leader after this, so they don't exactly have too many options to pick from. Maggie?
Well, I just wanted to talk about some of the seats that we're looking at, if that's okay.
Please
we've got a few new results. 2 new seats for the country Liberals that have called Breitling. That's a seat where the Greens were hoping to pick up. Don't get me wrong, they've polled very strongly. 53% for the country Liberals against 47% for the Greens, but 60% counted now. That's almost all the votes. The Greens cannot pick up this seat. And I've also called the seat of Sanderson. Once again, pretty close, but 45% counted. That's pretty unlikely to change. The country Liberals have won that. Labor held that by 19%, and they've managed to lose that. We've also got an interesting development in Fanny Bay. The country Liberals have significantly picked up a lot of their vote share. 40% against the Greens on 30 and Labor on 28. A lot closer now. I would not rule out Labor winning here, although I think it's pretty unlikely. But now, even though I still think the Greens will win in this area, it's not as sure as it was earlier. the Greens still lead the country Liberals by 7% on a two-party preferred basis, but they could fall in third behind Labor, which would obviously spell some bad news for them. Oh, I also wanted to call the seat of Blaine for the country Liberals, so that makes it 15 they've won against independent Mark Turner.
Yep, so we can chuck that at 15. They've defeated the former Labor MP turned independent Mark Turner, and you can shore up that majority. Wow, this is looking bad for the ALP here. And in terms, I'm sorry, Maggie, but in terms of the Greens, in terms of Fanny Bay, you know, I mean, we're still saying it's likely. We're not making any call yet. They are looking a bit more ahead there. And I think, let's correct me if I'm wrong, but they've pretty much been in the top two all night in terms of the two candidate preferred in Fanny Bay. So they are hopeful, obviously, of some good results. So I'm just turning and watching the TV with the results on. They are hopeful of some good results here, but look, they just need to make sure they 100% don't go too early.
They were being carried by Parap, and they've got other figures in. The Greens are hoping that they can win the Parap early voting centre. If they can't pull the majority there, then they're looking in a bad spot in Fanny Bay, because now that we're getting Darwin City in and Darwin EVC, we are starting to see what we were expecting to see. So Parap is the Greens, I think is what the Greens are relying on there. If they can't get the Parap early voting centre, then I don't think they can get Fanny Bay, although I'm not ruling it out. So something for them at least.
Yeah, something, but it's really not much in the grand scheme of things, given just how disastrous this is. And I'm just looking at these results. Blaine, Drysdale, Sanderson, Wanguri, Drysdale, I mean, just the Chief Minister losing his seat. I know we keep saying it, but we don't have that every night. The most we'll get, of course, is incumbent mayors losing their seat for the local elections. By the way, don't forget the only live coverage broadcast of the 2024 New South Wales local elections is on September 14 right here on 6 News. And I'm sure Maggie and Stuart will be back for it, because you don't want to miss that. No one wants to miss live.
I'm sure that Palaszczuk is watching this very closely.
Oh yeah.
Leo, I hope you don't mind if I ran through the seats we haven't called yet.
Please do.
Alright, well, the first one is Mulka. This is a seat in the far northeast, I think based around the mining town of Nulumboy. Definitely did not say that right. Very confident that the independent, left-leaning independent here will win. 56 against Country Liberals 44, but there's just not enough counted, and it's a very diverse seat. So I've been very careful about calling it. We've got Fanny Bay, which we just went over. The Greens are in a good position, but they're definitely not guaranteed to win here. We've also got Johnston, which is a very interesting contest here. Country Liberals on 31%, exactly tied with Justine Davis for Community Independent, and Labor's on 29%. If they stay above the Community Independent, Labor will win this seat, but only if Justine Davis falls into third will she not win. Otherwise, she is pretty likely to win. That would be an independent gain from Labor. We've also got two more seats. Casuarina, 42% counted in this seat. Country Liberals lead by about 1.5% on preferences. And lastly is Nightcliff. All of these have been at Darwin, Barr, Mulka, by the way. Nightcliff is a very interesting contest here. A four-way contest, actually. Labor 34, Country Liberals 25, Greens 21, and Community Independent Mililma May at 18. If that Community Independent were to stay above the Greens, they would be able to overtake Country Liberals and win. But only in that situation will Labor not be able to win this seat. So it's pretty likely that Labor will win unless that Community Independent can get out of fourth place.
Can I hurry up and call Fanny Bay? Oh, I want to be right so badly, because annoying people.
It's a real toss-up at the moment.
Gee, that looks so good as a correct prediction. I mean, minus a few, independents and Labor. But apart from that, it's practically spot on. Other than that, there goes the green screen. Other than that, just looking at these numbers, it looks like the CLP event will be starting soon. So we'll hear from Leah Finocchiaro, the incoming Chief Minister, soon-ish. She, of course, is succeeding Eva Lawler, who has lost her seat. She's out of Parliament entirely, and that's that. And again, we'll hear from her soon. You can, of course, keep watching 6 News for that live. We'll bring that to you live. But Leah Finocchiaro has easily retained her own seat, and she will become the next Chief Minister, and the first CLP Chief Minister since 2016, when it was Adam Giles. And, of course, Giles was actually the last Chief Minister to lose his seat, which he did at the 2016 election. And even more incredible, guess who the MP was in Drysdale before Eva Lawler? Leah Finocchiaro, right? What a fun little cycle this has been. It's all coming back. So Leah Finocchiaro, she has been there through some really, I guess you could say for the CLP, some dark periods. She was one of just 2 MPs who survived when they went down to just 2 seats. She remained in Parliament. She got them up at the 2020 election to a more healthy level for the party, despite territory alliance, and she will now become the Chief Minister, and she's managed to stay in that position for long enough, which is, I'm sure, a credit to her. And there's a lot of Liberals you can see on the timeline who are celebrating and crediting her, especially. And as I said, right, she's kind of, done the hard yards for some time at the moment. But look, this will be really big for them. And again, we'll hear from her soon-ish. It'll be interesting to see what she says there. But we're seeing things like Wanguri, right? The CLP hasn't won that seat this century. If you want to talk about how historic this is for them. I know we were predicting minority government. I think, and maybe you guys might have had different rationale for your predictions, but Maggie, I really just predicted minority because I had no idea what else was going on here, right? We had no polling to base this off. What was your rationale for your minority government prediction?
Well, my rationale was that a lot of these seats in Northern Darwin were, even though Labor was likely to get a swing against them, were very safe, had margins of at least 10%, or at the very least had strong Greens and community independent campaigns that would probably just boost Labor after preferences. Although obviously there's been swings of 20%, 28% in Northern Darwin, so a lot of these have fallen. I predicted Country Liberals would win Palmerston and Southern Darwin seats. I didn't think they would win Drysdale, but obviously Eva Lawler has lost that seat by a huge margin. I also thought Labor might be able to win in Barkly. That's a regional remote Northern Territory seat with a gap of about 7 votes at the last election, but Labor has not been able to win that.
Yeah, exactly. We'll have to wait and see. Yes. For just what's going on here, but I just have to wait and see for Fanny Bay. I will not go to sleep until we can call Fanny Bay. Believe me. I mean, I know we said it's likely, but
Leo, I don't think we'll be calling it for a while.
Oh, we will.
I'm not sure.
We're not going anywhere as long as Fanny Bay's not called.
It
will be called.
2 or 3
I gotta know. I've gotta know.
I saw someone ask who won in Tyndall Air Base. That's in the seat of Catherine, which has been won by the Country Liberals very comfortably.
Yeah, not the Greens, as this graphic suggests. But that's on Fanny Bay, so the graphic
That's
is right.
in Fanny Bay.
Yeah.
Although I will say that it's now 9 p.m. Northern Territory time, which means we should be seeing another batch of votes coming through from the 8:30 batch their time, and the 8:30 batch was for Fanny Bay, so we could see more figures coming in at this point, but we do have 3 EVCs to go and 1 polling and then 1 election day booth. So we're only sitting at 35% of the vote counted. So when does counting end tonight? So what, 10? I'm sure you'll know this, Maggie. Okay, 11.
Which is 11:30 our time, or are you saying it's
No, 11
their
our time. It ends 10:30 in Northern Territory time, I believe. So we might be up for 1.5 more hours on this coverage. How amazing.
Lucky us. Ideally, Leah Finocchiaro is up soon. Maybe.
Yeah, we should get some more results very soon. I see there's been updates in a handful of seats that we called long ago. Catherine is held by a huge margin, it looks like. Though, actually, I'll have to look how the independents doing there, since I believe they're ahead of Labour. But Country Liberals definitely held. Catherine gained Goyder, Karama, a lot of these seats. Labour has held Daly with a swing towards them, which is something we're seeing in some of the remote Northern Territory seats, but obviously not enough to reverse who's ended up in government here.
On primary, the independent is ahead, although two candidate preferred has ALP ahead of the independent.
I think that's a ABC issue, or maybe some polls reporting two candidate preferred.
I'm looking directly off the Commission's website.
Presumably, there's some polling places that have reported primary votes, but not two candidate preferred, and so it's skewed it a bit.
No, they've all reported.
That's really strange.
There were two booths, and they've both reported.
Not sure what's up with that, then.
But somehow they've only counted half the vote, but they've reported for two booths. So presumably there's going to be more information coming in from those two. But Catherine only had two booths, and both those are reporting to some extent.
I just wanted to recap the territory-wide figures right now. We haven't seen these yet. Country Liberal 49%, that's up 18. Labour at 29%, down 10. Independent 14, that's up 4, and the Greens at 8%, that's up 4% as well.
And how's the Territory Party looking? Are they Territory Alliance? Are they getting any decent votes coming through?
Well, they're not contesting. They don't exist anymore. So.
What a great party that was, hey? They were robbed of official opposition status, by the way, but alas. What a shame. I'm just kind of looking over some of the live feeds. It looks like there might be Leah Finocchiaro soon-ish, hopefully, ideally. That'd be nice.
I'd say she's probably waiting till they can confirm that it's a majority government, not a minority government. Because it's crazy.
I would take the speech either way. I mean, Lawler's conceded. There's not really much to be waiting for. And I think I don't see why they'd be nervous about not getting a majority at this stage. It's just looking so bad for Labor. The fact you again have your leader losing your seat, it's just oof.
We should hopefully get some more figures, and that should hopefully make the CLP a bit more confident and give that speech I'd say within the next half an hour, surely, because that'll be, 9:30 their time. Still have an hour left of counting, so they'll have to give the speech at some point soon.
Ideally, yes. Ideally sometime soon, hopefully. Oh, I'm so tired. Yes, sometime soon would be nice, if they could just hurry up with that. That'd be super cool. Thank you, CLP, if you could just do that. It's just this call for Greens or not is really the main call we're waiting for, the main one.
But we mean you.
Well, yeah, I'm sure our value
and the whole party.
Chat would love it. Yeah, exactly.
I just wanted to mention, with the Greens figure there, it's probably important to remember the Greens are only contesting about half of electorates, so they would have averaged about 15% in the electorates they contested, but they were absent in quite a lot of electorates, especially remote electorates with high Indigenous populations, which sometimes vote pretty strongly for the Greens, which is interesting. But yeah, we're just waiting for some more updates in the key seats we're looking at: Nightcliff, Casuarina, Johnston, Fanny Bay, and Mulca.
I'm surprised they didn't go for those seats and make the argument that Labor couldn't deliver on the voice, because that worked for them in Tasmania. When they ran in Tasmania, they relied on that sort of argument, and they saw success there, so that's interesting.
I wasn't exactly sure that they ran much on the voice in Tasmania, but I think it would have been quite realistic to run on the voice.
I'm not saying they ran on the voice, but part of the argument was based on Labor's lack of delivery, because Tasmania was the one state we were expected to go towards the voice, and they went against it. So the Greens likely would have used that argument to pick up seats from Labor, because we know that the Greens did quite well in a Tasmanian election.
Yeah, but like in remote Northern Territory, these Indigenous communities did vote in favour of a voice.
Yes.
In some of these seats like Arafura, Quosha, Barkly, about a Radin in the centre of it, did vote in favour of a voice, and the Greens definitely could have ran there, so it is very surprising they didn't.
I know, I'm surprised with what I'm saying. It's weird because they could have used that argument. So it's definitely, I'd like to be a fly on the wall in the next Greens caucus meeting in Northern Territory and find out who decided that.
We're getting more reaction in from coalition people around the country. David Southwick, the deputy leader of the Victorian Liberal Party, he just said on Twitter he's called this the first victory in a turning tide. Congratulations to Leah Finocchiaro on the Country Liberal Party's historic win in the Northern Territory. You're actually seeing Leah Finocchiaro. She's coming out live now, where she will of course be claiming victory, or she doesn't need to claim victory. She's won. Eva Lawler has already conceded, of course. Lawler also losing her seat. Finocchiaro has been there. I guess she's done the hard yards. You can say she was there. One of the two survivors of the Liberal Party, the Country Liberal Party's massive loss in 2016. She was there for that. She gave the party, well, she led the party to more seats in 2020. She remained as leader following that, and she's now got the gig of chief minister. This, of course, she's been in Parliament longer than Eva Lawler. Actually, Eva Lawler was only elected in 2016, but Leah Finocchiaro, of course, a massive night for her family, and of course her party. You could see they've got the celebrations pretty clearly going there, and this is, you know, also something I don't think we've actually said. This is the first coalition government on the mainland elected this year. They've now got representation on the mainland again. They have not had that since 2023 when they lost in New South Wales. They of course do have Tasmania. So the all red mainland map is no more. It's got a little bit of orange on it now. Well, no, actually not that little geographically, but the CLP has got that victory now. They will be incredibly happy about that, as is very obvious, and it is a very clear majority. We're already projecting 15 seats, should probably get some more after that as well. We're just waiting for some further counting to come in, and we'll start to learn the details from there. But again, you're looking live at the Country Liberal Party's headquarters as Leah Finocchiaro takes the stage after being elected as the NT's new chief minister. If we're able to, I think we're going to be able to listen in now.
For making me redundant so I could devote myself full-time to this campaign. But I want him to know that I've got enough left over to come after him in the next federal election. So can I just initially acknowledge and welcome the federal deputy leader of the Liberal Party, Susan Lee, who's been up here with us. Also the former Foreign Minister and former Senator Marissa Payne. And if Senator Karen Little is watching down in Alice Springs, a very warm welcome to you. Welcome home, Karen. Can I say to all our other friends from around Australia, from the Liberal and National parties, thank you for your help and support, many of whom travelled to the NT at their own expense to assist. Thank you. My next task is to thank our outstanding campaign team by Alison Hannon, For months, Alison and her team have worked 24/7 against the odds. On behalf of the LP, thank the campaign team for their tremendous, outstanding efforts. And can I make the point that this campaign imported some different tactics than what a lot of members of the CLP necessarily familiar with. And I have to say, campaigns have changed. And if you want to win, you learn to get on the wagon and learn all the tactics that are employed. And I was grateful for Alison for bringing them into our orbit. My fellow Territorians, I don't believe in political miracles, but I do believe in hard work, discipline and commitment. And to all our candidates, you had bucketfuls, and thank you for stepping up as CLP candidates. It is no easy task to stand for public office, as I know. I acknowledge your political courage, and if you've got a bit of a taste for it, then we'd like to see you around next time if you didn't get here this time. To our supporters and donors, thank you. To our membership territory-wide, thank you. I want to make a special call out to two people who just stood with me over the last 12 months and did a lot of behind-the-scenes work. And there's always a risk when you start naming people. I want to thank Ray Bale and Barry Coulter. Who's come along to the campaign, thank you. In particular, I want to dedicate my efforts and contribution to the memory of the late Graham Lewis, taken too soon. It is now my pleasure, the 5th Chief Minister of the Northern Territory, to introduce the 14th Chief Minister of the Northern Territory, Leah Whanokauari.
What an incredible group of dedicated, hard-working Territorians. How good is it to be Territorian tonight? Tonight's result is a victory for hope and opportunity for every single Territorian. A short time ago, I received a call from Eva Lawler, and I want to thank her on behalf of all Territorians for her service and dedication and commitment to the Northern Territory. It is an absolute honour and a privilege to stand here before you as the first female Country Liberal Party Chief Minister of the Northern Territory. Born and bred second-generation Territory kid, the granddaughter of Italian migrants, I grew up living an iconic Territory childhood, hunting, camping, fishing and playing outside. I always knew the Territory was a special place, and I was lucky to be a Territorian. Growing up here, I felt the energy and opportunity that the Territory would give me. I have always felt blessed and proud to be Territorian. When I put my hand up to serve the people of the Northern Territory in 2012, I swore an oath to defend our freedoms and fight for future generations who deserve the opportunities and lifestyle that I had growing up here. This result represents a turning point in the Territory's future. Territorians have used their voice to stand up against Labor, who have taken them for granted for far too long. Territorians have stood up against nearly 2 decades of escalating crime, an economy going backwards, and the erosion of our once iconic lifestyle. But tomorrow is the start of a new day and a new chapter. Tomorrow is a new chapter for the Territory, and it's a moment of forward momentum for all of us. It represents the power of a community to take control of their future by electing a strong, united team of Territorians with the real world and government experience to set a new course for our community, our economy, and our future. Our commitments to Territorians have reflected the concerns and the aspirations that they have for our great Territory. Our team has been out on the ground right across the Territory, listening to Territorians from the bush to the sea about what is important to them. I reconfirm our commitment to Territorians that what is important to you is important to us. The great people of the Northern Territory have spoken loud and clear. They want to live in a safe community where our police are supported with better laws as we address the root causes of crime. They want to live in a territory that is thriving, a place that's easy to do business, and there are opportunities for people now and for our kids into the future. Territorians want to live in a place that respects the values of what it is to be Territorian, a place where the can-do spirit is alive, a place where we live free to enjoy our vast natural landscapes, a place that we can be proud to live and proud to be Territorian. The heartbreak of watching families, friends and colleagues pack up and leave the Territory because they cannot see a future here ends today. And the hard work on behalf of all Territorians begins tomorrow. Tomorrow I will meet with the Police Commissioner and Chief Executive of Chief Minister and Cabinet to outline the immediate work that must begin to make the Territory safe. We will do whatever it takes. We will do whatever it takes to restore community safety. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Territorians who believe in the CLP to deliver a safe and strong Territory. We want this place to be better for our families, just like you do for yours. I also pledge to all Territorians that we will make this great place even better. Tomorrow we will get to work on delivering our plan to reduce crime, rebuild our economy and restore our lifestyle, and we will not let you down. To my parliamentary team, my amazing parliamentary team, give a huge round of applause to Gerard Maley, Murray-Claire Boothby, Joe Hersey, Steve Edgington, Bill Yan, Josh Burgoyne. Thank you. Thank you for being a strong voice for Territorians, the strong voice that they needed from us over the last 4 years, for holding a bad Labor government to account and developing a plan that Territorians know will deliver change for the better. And to our candidates, those who made it over the line tonight, those of you who didn't make it over the line, and those where we know the result remains unclear. Thank you. Your hard work, your passion, your drive for change makes all of us proud. Without you, the CLP could not have achieved this result. You are a part of our success and will always be part of the CLP family. You put up your hand to fight for change, and you have done yourself, your family, the CLP and the Northern Territory exceptionally proud. To our fearless CLP President Shane Stone, thank you. To our Campaign Director Alison Hannam and her team. To every single CLP member, to all of our volunteers, to all of our supporters, thank you. We just cannot thank you enough for your determination and support to make sure that the Territory's future is secured under a CLP government. Campaigning is very hard work, with hours spent in the sun, letterbox dropping, standing on pre-poll, phone canvassing and roadsides. But you dug deep because you believe the Territory can be better. And with this result, the Territory of tomorrow will be better than the Territory of today. And finally, on behalf of our entire team, I'd like to thank our families, the people who sacrifice the most so that we can wake up every single day and serve our community. Your love and support fuels us to allow us to be our very best to the people of the Northern Territory every single day. You are our driving force, our constant reminder of why we fight and what we are fighting for. This result is a turning point for the Territory, and we are full of hope and optimism about the future. Thank you.
The Territory's 14th Chief Minister.
Speaking live there, the incoming Northern Territory Chief Minister and the Country Liberal Party leader. She is, of course, claiming victory after pretty easily winning the general election. Eva Lawler, she conceded defeat about an hour ago or so. She made that phone call. I'm just conscious, by the way, to our producer, I can still hear myself back. But thank you. Eva Lawler, of course, conceding defeat, and Leah Finocchiaro there. What a roller coaster, Stuart, for her. And I mentioned this before, but I think it should be repeated. Finocchiaro was one of two CLP MPs left after the 2016 election. She became deputy leader. She took on half the opposition portfolios. Then she became leader a few months out from the general election. She got them up a few seats, and now she's in power. And mind you, guess what else? She moved from Drysdale at the 2016 election. If she recontested Drysdale, she might have lost to the Labor candidate for Drysdale. Who was that Labor candidate for Drysdale in 2016? Eva Lawler. So an incredible roller coaster ride for Leah Finocchiaro, who will now become the Northern Territory's Chief Minister. And there you have it on screen now. After tonight, as it stands, 15 seats for the Country Liberal Party, just 4 confirmed for Labor so far. 1 independent confirmed, 5 seats are in doubt. That includes the crucial seat of Fanny Bay, where the Greens are looking to get their first ever seat. 49%. How has this gone down so far? How has it gone down? 49% of our viewers say the Greens will win a seat. 51% say they won't tonight. Or are you taking tonight to mean that we'll call it tonight? Will they win a result at all? What a badly worded poll question from me. Anyway, the point stands. the Greens are looking to hold on there. Nightcliff will also be interesting. That's the seat of the former Chief Minister, Natasha Files. I doubt she'll become the leader, though, after this. Look at Chancey Peach, the deputy or outgoing Deputy Chief Minister. He remains a pretty solid chance, and he would become the NT's first ever openly LGBT Chief Minister if he was elected in 2028. But 2028, we're getting far ahead of ourselves here. Anyway, though, Leah Finocchiaro claiming victory there. Stuart, what did you make of, I guess, all of that, and I guess this moment for the coalition across the country after so many losses in recent years? This is the first time they've actually won a government in a while in terms of gaining it from Labor. Actually, this is the first time they've won government from Labor since 2018 South Australia, I think. Like, actually won it, gained it, in terms of... Yeah, that is pretty remarkable when you think about it, how poor the last few years for them have been then, in terms of making gains.
Look, I think it's a bit optimistic maybe, but I think that doing this, the Finocchiaro will become more famous than doing a Newman. I think this will be what we now take as being the benchmark for such a victory like this. It's definitely it's not as much of a as much of a, you don't know the numbers of seats and percentages compared to Newman, but she's done this over several elections. She's built up from a harder spot than Newman did. So to do this, as you said, started like when there were two MPs. To go to this where they're looking at 14, 15, 16, it is quite a marvel to see. And I genuinely think, and this is coming as a Queenslander, I think this is genuinely more impressive than what Campbell Newman's done, and I think it will go down in the history books, or at least in Hansard, as such a victory like this. She's got every right to congratulate her team for it. We saw earlier the Labor leader, who is now lost her seat and the party leadership, thank her staff, and we've seen the same thing now from Finocchiaro, and I think both of them have put up a tough fight. Labor has tried to defend itself. They did lose seats in 2020, but they've done what they can to defend themselves. They have been hampered by having three leaders in one term, which I think is a bit of a record, although I won't put my name to that because I haven't actually done the research, but I'm pretty sure from memory it's definitely the most recent one to have gone through so many leaders that quickly, but to then be able to retain this many seats.
We can't hear you, Leo.
Every time, every night, one time I'm muted. Every election night, it always happens. Anyway, what I was saying was, I'm conscious we just cut through the top of the hour again, but we'll go to the intro in about 10 seconds. But you are watching live. You've just seen Leah Finocchiaro claiming victory there as the CLP wins the Northern Territory election. Stay with us.
Live on 6 News, this is the Northern Territory Decides Election 2024.
Welcome back. You're still with us live here on 6 News. You just saw Leah Finocchiaro there, the incoming Northern Territory Chief Minister, the Country Liberal Party leader, claiming victory after defeating the Labor government in what is a pretty significant, I think we can use the L word, I think we can say landslide win at the moment. She's gone and got a majority for them, and this is the first time since 2018, the 2018 South Australian election, that the coalition has gained a state or territory government from Labor. The first time in 6 years that has happened. Someone please correct me if I'm wrong, but I cannot think of a time where the coalition has actually gained government from Labor in that time. I really think I might be right on this one. So that is looking pretty significant, and I guess it's probably setting up what the coalition is hoping is a couple more wins later this year, the October Queensland state election, and then there's also the October ACT election, at which the Liberals will not win. Let's be honest, they're not going to win that. But it's a big night for the CLP, for I guess members of the coalition across the country more broadly, and for Leah Finocchiaro personally, of course, it is a massive night for her. Eva Lawler, of course, the current and soon-to-be former NT Chief Minister, losing her own seat remarkably. She's lost her own seat of Drysdale, and as it stands, we can only say Labor's won 4 seats at the moment, with about 5 seats in doubt at the moment. 15 seats have been won by the CLP. There's also one independent. The Greens are also ahead in one of those uncalled seats. They're ahead in Fanny Bay at the moment, and they seem to be doing all right in the former Chief Minister Natasha Files' seat of Nightcliff. A lot going on there as well. We're going to get back to our great team, Stuart Jeffrey and Maggie Perry, in just a moment. A lot else going on in the world at the moment, of course, though, including the latest from, well, maybe it's not as significant as the NT election, but the US is also having an election at the moment, the presidential election, and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has dropped out. He's endorsing Donald Trump, a big story there, and of course that just came hours after Kamala Harris formally accepted the Democratic Party's presidential nomination. For the latest on that, we'll go live to the newsroom. Here's Austin Pollock.
Leo, thank you. We will get back to the NT election in just a moment, but to the other stories making news right now. And US Vice President Kamala Harris has pledged to chart a new way forward as she formally accepts the Democratic Party's presidential nomination. Harris accepted the nomination at the end of the Democratic National Convention and days of speeches in Chicago. In her speech, she warned of the dangers of Donald Trump, with no guardrails, saying the former president was an unserious man, but the consequences of him returning to the White House would be extremely serious.
On behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks, on behalf of my mother and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with, people who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another, on behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America. And with this election, our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward.
Harris is the first woman of colour to be the presidential nominee of a major party in the US. Returning back home now, and all branches of the construction arm of the CFMEU have been placed into administration effective immediately. The move follows claims of bullying, corruption and criminal infiltration centred around the union's Victorian branch, with the federal parliament also passing legislation that allows for a takeover of the union for a minimum of 3 years. The move removes almost 300 union officers from mostly volunteer positions and another 11 from paid jobs. Branches in WA and the ACT have also been affected, despite reports that they may be omitted from being placed into administration. Victorian barrister Mark Irving has been appointed as administrator. Queensland Independent MP Stephen Andrew has filed paperwork to join Canada's Australia Party after being disendorsed by One Nation. Andrew was dumped by Pauline Hanson earlier this month, leaving her party with no sitting members in the state parliament ahead of this October's election. The Australian is reporting Andrew has formally put in his paperwork to join the KAP. Now, if he passes the vetting process, it will give the minor party 4 MPs, double that of other minor parties in Queensland Parliament right now, the Greens, who currently have 2. The move will leave the KAP in a strong position to hold the balance of power and potentially give support to Labor or the LNP in the event of a hung parliament. Alright, that is 6 News for now. You can stay up to date by heading over to our websites and by following us on social media at 6NewsAU. Stay with us now. Let's head back to our live coverage as the Northern Territory decides.
You're watching the Northern Territory Decides Election 2024.
Still with us here live on 6 News as we continue our coverage of the 2024 NT general election. Leo Puglisi here in the 6 News headquarters. The CLP, of course, has won a majority and Eva Lawler, the Chief Minister, has lost her own seat. With us, Gov Jack Editor Stuart Jeffrey and our election reporter Maggie Perry. Great to keep both of you here for what's been a somewhat long night, although we called this quite some time ago when you actually think about it. Stuart, what do we have out of I guess the final few seats that we're looking at here, because Labor is doomed to be in single digits here, which I mean isn't that hard when you consider there's only 25 seats, but they are in a pretty bad situation at the moment. How low could this get?
We're looking currently at 4. We probably can't see them getting above 7, I'd say. 7's probably the maximum we could get to them, which is, I believe, enough to fit the caucus in a large family car. So our Labor source might not be incorrect there.
Yeah, maybe not. And maybe I won't be correct with my Fanny Bay goes to the Greens prediction, which I was always intending to tip Fanny Bay.
Yes,
Yeah, Maggie, please let me know if I'm right or not.
Unsure. I'm not exactly sure if the Greens will perform better than Labor on early vote centres and on other votes. I think they perform pretty well on other votes, but I'm not sure if that's actually a very substantial part of the vote. But really, the Greens just have to stay above Labor here to win. I don't think the Country Liberals can win this seat, but the Greens definitely can, and Labor definitely still can. But I mean, the Darwin early vote centre saw the Greens behind Labor by about 20 votes. If that were to play out with the rest of the early voting centres, the Greens would probably finish just behind Labor, which obviously would mean they would lose. But I also just wanted to look at some other seats. I think we can call another one. Walker, Independent retain, very strong 20% margin now that votes have come through. So that's yet another one. Now we've got 4 seats in doubt. Those seats would be Nightcliff, which is Natasha Files' seat. The Greens cannot win in Nightcliff. I believe the Greens cannot win here, but the real threat for Natasha Files is the independent Malilma May. If she finishes above the Greens, she'll overtake the Country Liberals, and on that, her preference, she would probably win enough preferences to beat Labor, which would unseat Natasha Files. However, it is quite possible that the independent wins there. We've also got the seat of Johnston, which at the moment it looks like Justine Davis will win, but we can't be 100% sure. If she falls into third, which she very much could, Labor will win in that seat. We've also got Fanny Bay, as we talked about, and Casuarina, which the Country Liberals are just leading in, but we'll have to wait and see in that seat.
We will have to wait and see. Yeah,
I do love how there are polling booths in Johnson that have the name of Casuarina, which is also a separate seat. I don't know who did that division in the NTEC, but
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what's going on in the NT. No one does. Anyway, at least we've got some early voting data right. We don't get that often in other places because, you know, there's many people in other places, unlike here. So, look, counting stops at, you said, Maggie, it was 11 our time, which is 10:30 local time. So counting stops in just under 50 minutes. So, I don't know, I'm hanging in for that Fanny Bay call just to be proven
I think
right.
we should just wait a few minutes for Fanny Bay. It looks like...
I'm not going anywhere. We're on till 11, believe me. It's 50 minutes. You're paid to be here. We all enjoy it.
But Fanny Bay, it looks like we'll probably get results here in a few minutes. Last results were 14 minutes, and it seems the Northern Territory Electoral Commission has a cycle where every 15 minutes new results come in. So
that's nice. At least we know that it's not weirdly sporadic.
But yeah, we'll have to see. There was actually a lot of voting that came in 4 minutes ago, so we might have to wait a bit actually for Fanny Bay.
Oh well. How long's a bit?
It's been 5 minutes since we got the last results in Walker and Port Darwin in Namatjira, a lot of these seats. I also wanted to mention Namatjira is a very interesting seat result. It's definitely gone to the country Liberals, but the Greens could end up in second here, which would be pretty impressive, especially because I don't think they've really campaigned in that seat at all.
What's the footy scores at the moment? Brisbane win. And Sydney will win. All right, good night for Puggo's tips. What else is going on?
Speaking about tipping, this election, am I right?
Oh, so true.
You got it correct. You got it correct.
I might get the Greens thing correct, and I got the lowest Labor seat.
You won't get Greens, but I think you've broken the streak, which is good.
Maybe. Let's see who.
Yeah.
It's like 1 billion councillors. How many can I jinx at the New South Wales local elections next month?
I did want to talk about with Fanny Bay. I was talking about this off air, but you see, I don't think early voting centres are very kind to the Greens. And the last early voting centre we got was from Darwin, which was 20 votes ahead for Labor against the Greens. And if that were to continue as a trend, then the Greens would probably fall behind Labor. But it is a complete toss-up. I think the Greens are tilted to win this, but Labor could definitely pull off a win here. They just need a 1% swing. That's tiny.
Ideally, it's called tonight. What more counting do they really have to do here? Come on, guys. There's like 500 people total. Just wrap it up, you know. I appreciate you doing actual serious analysis while I'm just kind of fucking around here, because it's 10:15 p.m. and we don't know what we're doing here. But again, I just want to bring up that seat count for you. As you can see, we can already guarantee you 15 seats for the CLP, probably get a couple more. Labor guaranteed just 4 at the moment. I think, Stuart, you said their ceiling is 7, which is not good. That's less than the CLP one at the last election. 1 independent confirmed, and yeah, a total of 5 seats in doubt. Labor ahead in Fanny Bay. Nightcliff, no one knows what's going on in Nightcliff at the moment.
Greens ahead in Fanny Bay.
Did I not say that?
You said Labor ahead, but also we've got 2 independents. So 4 seats in doubt.
Nightcliff, who knows what's going on in Nightcliff? But yes. Greens definitely ahead in Fanny Bay. We're really just trying to wait for this second.
We could just run through some of the seats.
Please do save me. Please do.
Yep. We've got Johnston. That's in Northern Darwin. It borders Fanny Bay. It also borders Nightcliff, which are other seats we're talking about. Johnston is pretty much neck and neck between the Country Liberals independent, Justine Davis, who's a community independent, and Labor. The situation here, the Country Liberals cannot win in this seat. I am pretty confident. However, it really depends on who ends up getting top two. If Labor comes third, Justine Davis will confidently win. But if Justine Davis were to come third, then Labor will win and Joel Bowden would be re-elected. We're really just waiting to see more results here, which we hopefully should get here soon. We've also got
ideally, yes.
In Northern Darwin. Natasha Files' seat, she is likely to retain this seat, but there could be a bit of a preference spiral where the Teal Independent Malilma May could end up winning this seat, but it's rather unlikely. I think we can say that it's pretty likely Labor will win here, but we'll just have to wait for more votes. Notoriously, independents are pretty bad with absentee votes, according to Anthony Green, so probably not good news for them. But if Malilma May stays above the Greens, she might just be able to snag a win off Natasha Files in a seat no one expected. We've also gone over Fanny Bay many times, and the last one is...
Keep doing it. The more you say it, the more it'll happen. We'll get results for it.
Casuarina, which is just north of all these seats. They're all clustered in the coastal area of Northern Darwin. Casuarina, 43% Country Liberal, 35% Labor, Greens 12%, Community Independent 10%. Labor is just 1% swing away from being able to win this, but the Country Liberals are still leading with Kota Patel. Lauren Moss, incumbent MP here, is trailing. ABC says it's likely that the Country Liberals will win, but it's not confirmed, and I would completely agree. We've also gotten a new batch of voting, but unfortunately not in anywhere we're interested. Blaine, where Mark Turner Independent has been defeated, he's gotten a bit closer, and Karama, where Nari Arkit, Labor MP, has been defeated with a 21% swing away from her.
What's the margin left there, then?
When will we get Fanny Bay?
It's the margin of 13% in favour of the Country Liberals there.
So little votes to count. So...
Why we're still here.
So long
being
waiting.
paid to be here.
Correct.
Can we walk off in protest?
It's great that we're the NTEC, right? Because they're doing a count between ALP and CLP in Fanny Bay, so they don't have Greens up there, which is like
ABC's
the wrong
done a projected count, which has the Greens.
So we've only had the
6%
ABC
ahead.
projected count. Sorry to interrupt. We've only had the ABC projected count at the moment, which makes things a little annoying. But yeah, go on. Sorry.
I was just saying the projected count by the ABC has the Greens 6% ahead. The Northern Territory Electoral Commission count has Labor only 3% ahead of Country Liberals, but Country Liberals can't win here.
No, they can't, and they won't. And if Greens would hurry up and win, so I can get a prediction right, that would be nice. But we're kind of waiting to see there. I'm conscious of the fact we've got about 40 minutes till polls close. So let us know your thoughts in the live chat at the moment on literally anything. Polls close, counting closes. Thank you. It's that time of night. It's that time of night. All right. Anyway.
Yeah, just seeing if there's any interesting results we could look at.
Anything.
I did want to talk about, we've got a strong swing to the Country Liberals in Darwin and Palmerston, and in Alice Springs. Oh, not in Alice Springs, but swings of 20%, 26%, 18%, 8%, 22%. I'm looking at all of these. But when you enter remote Northern Territory, we see a much different picture, actually. 18% swing towards Labor in Arafura. We've got a only 2% swing towards the Country Liberals in Nelson, 11% towards Labor in Daly, and in Arnhem, only a 2% swing towards the Country Liberals. So there is a bit of a different picture in remote Northern Territory.
Yeah, and look, the remote areas are always interesting to look at. Obviously, it's not like we exactly have polling there, and often it's just vibes. But that is always something that I guess has to be looked at here. To the CLP, has anything gone particularly wrong for them? And maybe I'll ask you this to you first, Maggie. Like, they've won government easily, a majority. I can't see them really losing anywhere. Any negatives out of this at all for them?
I think the negatives are that there's been some independence in, well, specifically two in Northern Alice Springs and in Mulca, where we're seeing these independents really clasp onto these seats, and the country Liberals just cannot make any gains. There was talks about them winning Araluen, but 10% swing towards the independent Robin Lamley there. We're also seeing a stronger and stronger Greens presence in the inner city, and the country Liberals, I mean, they can win votes off Labor, but once they've gone to the Greens, they can't win the back. They've also got some real problems in Arafura and Daly, which was one of the two seats that they won in 2016 when Labor won in a landslide. Huge swings against country Liberals, but of course, Labor's got much, much bigger problems than that.
Yeah, that's probably an understatement. And just looking at where Labor stands at the moment, and Stuart, I'll repeat what you said, right? Their ceiling is about 7 seats at the moment they can gain. I think Labor's been given 5 by the ABC. We'll stick with 4 at the moment. I trust Maggie's judgment fully. We'll stick with 4 at the moment, but again, it's a real wait and see here. Stuart, what about you? Any negatives for the CLP here, other than what Maggie mentioned, or is it just that same old? They just cannot break into where the independents are.
It's again for me, it's Araluen. That's the biggest upset for them. They wanted to win Alice Springs, but Araluen again, that was a really, really small margin. So it's surprised they didn't get that. So I'd like to point out that Robin Lamley, who has now retained the seat, is a former Territory Alliance MP. So, could we see a Territory Alliance resurgence? It's an option, and a man can dream. Isn't that right, Leo?
Oh, well, get Terry Mills on the line and tell him he's back. I don't know.
Newman.
Surely some other parties run next election, more than just 3. It's so boring. I hate it. It's
again,
so
bring back Territory
boring.
Alliance. That's 4.
Exactly. Let's call the Independents a party and
I'm sure there was news last year. Was about shooters running? Did they abandon that?
Shooters were polled at one point. I think they're a registered party, as are Animal Justice, but neither are running.
They were polled at 9%, but they were deregistered by the
they were deregistered. Right, yeah. Because the AJP is still registered, but just not contesting as.
So the solution is to lower the requirements. That's your solution.
What's the requirement?
They already have some pretty low requirements.
I know, but get rid of all of them and have every man and his dog can run, and form the man and dog party. I don't know what can be done to get more parties in there.
Madly, if you're hearing any clicking, that's just me madly refreshing the Fanny Bay page here, because I would love.
Oh my God, Leo!
I need to know if I'm right or not.
The MP in Brennan is Marie Claire Boothby, South Australia.
Well, why don't we just talk about South Australia in the next federal election while we're at it? No, God.
I mean, I did have something I wanted to talk about. It's really interesting.
Please do.
There's 2 registered parties in the Northern Territory that strangely haven't run. There's Animal Justice. They only ran in Johnston last election, I believe. They are still registered, but they decided not to run any candidates this election. Not sure why. And there's also the Federation Party, which is a sort of alternative nationals type party. They actually had some pretty strong showings last election. They won 12% in Guoja. But they
nationals got more spicy.
I'm not sure what's with AusFeds. They've had councillors before. They've had representation on.
They had
on,
Deputy Mayor of Alice Springs. I think.
Yeah,
they still have
exactly.
it.
They've had a couple on Alice Springs Town Council. I actually saw from Kevin Bonham earlier today that they had passed the AEC re-registration, despite the fact the party looks like it's almost disbanding at the moment. I don't know what's going on there. Their best peak was, of course, when they were Country Alliance, and I believe, Maggie, I think we've talked about this before, but I think in a Victorian state election they once made a two-party preferred with the Nats. Far behind, but they made it.
Yeah, they made second place in Mildura, and they had some really strong showings in Legislative Council, but they've really, their name change has definitely affected them.
They tried to change to a small business party in Tasmania, I think. That sounds right.
And Federation Party now in the Northern Territory.
What a weird, strange mess. Yeah. Can't believe they made top 2. That's so funny. Actually, no, it wasn't Was it Mildura? No, it wasn't Mildura.
It was Mildura, I'm pretty sure. In 2010.
Was it? No, it wasn't. Come on, Maggie, lift your game. First the Andrew Barr incident, now this.
Oh no, I can't remember the result of an electorate in 2010 of the Victorian state election.
What else am I paying you to do?
I mean, Leo, you're the Victorian here, so if anyone should know it.
All right, Stuart.
It would have been in Shepparton that they came second, I believe. That's what it was.
Yeah, it's probably right. I don't venture up
there. But we don't need to talk about the Country Alliance Party right now.
Do we have something better to talk about?
That's a good point, Leo.
It always is.
Leo, you're going to get RSI from pressing the refresh button so much.
It's so funny. 20% in 2010.
I did also notice it's been 2 hours since the last update in Gloucester. There's only 8% counted there. I don't think Labor would lose it. They hold it by 15% at the moment. No, 11% at the moment, according to the 8% counted, but it is a bit worrying. It's Chancey Page's seat.
Oh no, surely they can't lose that after we said it'd be the
it's held on 11%. I highly doubt that they could lose it.
But then again, we said that Lawler would keep her seat, and how did that go?
Yeah, exactly. Stuart, you know what's up. No, Maggie, you're right. Page should be fine, and he seems to have some personal vote, doesn't he?
Yeah, especially because he's withheld the swing against Labor, only about 2% right now. We should hopefully see more updates soon in Fanny Bay.
That would be nice.
Yeah, it will be very interesting. 40% counted in Fanny Bay, 30% in Johnston, 40% in Nightcliff and Casuarina. These are all northwest coastal Darwin seats.
Yeah, right. Look, we've got about half an hour until counting finishes, so it seems more and more less. It seems less and less likely that we are going to get a Fanny Bay update tonight, so we can drag this one into next week and just wait and see what happens. Again, ideally, we would find out sooner rather than later, but look, that is where the Greens want to win. They're feeling good, and look, regardless, even if they don't win, Maggie, they can claim it as a pretty good night. Gains and likely two-party preferred in a couple places. Obviously, a gained vote. That seems it's a good night for them, no matter what. It's just about whether they can finally crack in to Parliament.
Yeah, they've made second place in Breitling, possibly in Namatjira, which is out at Alice Springs, possibly in Nightcliff, maybe in Thonglim. I don't think I'm missing any other seats. And Fanny Bay. But if they came second in Fanny Bay, they would actually be winning after preferences. But it would be a okay night nonetheless for the Greens. I think they were expecting better if they managed to not win Fanny Bay. But we'll really have to see. And they have a very strong position for the next election in Breitling, in maybe even Namatjira, and maybe in Thonglim, and definitely in Nightcliff, where Labor only has about a 30% primary.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if they try to build off their local campaigns from this. Of course, the 2025 local government elections, they've got representation in Darwin, and they've had a somewhat decent vote count in Alice Springs before. So I think we'll watch that at localelections.com.au. Maybe I'll try to ask one of the Greens councillors on. What a good idea that is. Yes, I'll ask one of them on and see if they're interested in chatting about it.
Maybe a Greens candidate from Currumbin.
He's busy haunting. Look, worry not about that thing. Worry about the Greens in the NT at the moment, though, and Fanny Bay. Anyone else in the live chat, by the way, let us know if we're missing some decent result here. Because, again, we do have 28 minutes to fill, and I really do need to fill those 28 minutes. So give us something, would you?
Maybe we could look at some of the local elections we've got in New South Wales and Victoria that are coming up very soon. I think New South Wales is in 3 weeks.
Yep, 3 weeks away. We'll all be here again, I'm sure. September 14, the best election coverage in the country and the only live broadcast coverage of the statewide local government elections in the in New South Wales. We will have for September 14 from 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Time, live right here on 6 News as New South Wales decides in the local government elections.
And then ACT, and then Queensland, and then the US, depending on when your exams fall.
Yeah, and 2 by-elections on the same day as ACT2, Epping and Hornsby, which should be competitive. Some state by-elections in New South Wales there, which should be nice. All right, well, while we fill time, Dr. Kevin Bonham is an election and polling analyst. He is... actually, no, Maggie, do we have a new result?
We did get some updates, not in Fanny Bay, but Wangari more counted, about 20% more counted. Country Liberals have won a 27% swing. Absolutely ridiculous. And in Blaine, Mark Turner is getting a bit closer to beating the Country Liberals, but Country Liberals are definitely still winning in Blaine.
Right. Yeah, interesting that he's definitely got that personal vote there, Plain. Although I wonder if Labor ran dead in it. I'm not sure, because they did run in it, but whether they ran dead or not. Look, let's hope and pray we can get some results in the final 15 minutes before the cut-off time at 11 Eastern. But in the meantime, Dr. Kevin Bonham is an election and polling analyst. We spoke to him a while ago. You might have been seeing this if you've been watching for a while, but we spoke to him. We covered, I guess, the state of play here and how little polling there's been throughout the past 4 years. So here is that interview that we have, it's 10 minutes long, so it feels time.
The Territorial Alliance was massively hyped populist party around former Premier Terry Mills, and at some stages there were very dubious polls out claiming that it was going to win a huge raft of seats and be on the verge of forming government and so on. This was never really very credible. And in the end, they only won 1 seat. So I think they only made that was very narrowly, and I think they only made the 2 candidate preferred in 1 seat. There are stray votes floating around that will go to back to the major parties or to the Greens or Independents. But it's interesting that nobody else has shown up to pick up the slack. We've got quite a low number of candidates in this election, generally the lowest since 2008. And we don't even have more independents than the last time.
In terms of the Greens, we'll start there, right? They've never had a seat in the NT Parliament. That is the only state or territory parliament they've never been represented in. They've got a couple of councillors at the moment. And they do have somewhat good votes in a couple seats, including, I believe, the seat of Natasha Files. Are they a chance at all to finally pick up something? Because this is their only chance. There is no upper house they can swoop in and get some votes in the NT.
But they are making a big effort. I think this is going to be their biggest campaign so far from what I hear from people on the ground in terms of the kinds of door-knocking effort that they're putting in and so on. There are a few seats where they tend to poll about 20 or so. Rockliff was one of those. Problem is that it's been a very safe Labor seat, so they haven't been able to win it so far. I don't have any particular seat on my radar that they're likely to win, but they do seem to be coordinating well with the independents in terms of targeting different seats and so on. So we will see.
Now, this election seems to be Labor's to lose at this point. They've obviously been in for quite some time. They were obviously out. We saw with the CLP about a decade ago, but that, you know, it didn't last long. Longer story that we could, of course, go into. Where do you rate in terms of their chances at the moment? Because really, again, when you consider that it is, you know, a single house, single member electorates, it's going to be, and mind you, like a really small amount of seats as well. It's looking like either it's just going to go minority government or CLP based off, I'm going off the vibes. What do the actual stats tell us?
But one thing I've noticed in looking at NT elections, people sort of poke fun at NT elections and say, "Oh, there's hardly anybody votes there." It's like they're like council elections. They're like a small council in some other parts of the country. But they do actually behave in some ways like state elections. They follow the same trend as state elections in terms of it's a disadvantage if the same party is in power federally. So when it's now a disadvantage for Labor that they are in government federally, that's alone, plus the fact that they've been in power for 8 years, and it's also been a scrappy term for them. You know, there's sort of the cases where the government has 3 leaders in the one term. It's not a very common thing, and it's usually associated with a bad result.
Yeah, absolutely. We all saw what happened with Natasha Files. You have to remember that resignation was actually only just a few months ago, relatively. If Labor does end up losing here, be that somewhat significantly or in a landslide, and we'll get to the polling in a moment, but would that mean anything, or should we read anything into the next federal election for that? Let's say it's held in May 2025, as is somewhat likely. There are only 2 House seats in the NT. The Senate, of course, is evenly split, always has been really with ALP, CLP, and the Senate won't be expanding in the NT. Should Labor be concerned federally if this territory result goes wrong for them?
I wouldn't read too much into that. It can even be, if that does happen, it can even be that voters use the territory election to let off steam and then go back to voting how they would have in the federal election. Usually the causality works the other way around, like federal politics influences state election results. The influence of state and territory election results on federal politics is a lot less clear. Sometimes you see something. I take it more if Labor does lose, it's an interesting pointer towards Queensland and an interesting pointer towards what will happen in other state elections while Labor is in power.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, in terms of the polling, significantly less polling than we might see for a federal Victorian or New South Wales state election, even in places like where you are yourself, Tasmania, and we've had very limited polls, I guess, in the term itself, in the years that we've had here. What do the polls that we know of that are somewhat credible actually telling us about how this election is going to play out?
So there's been 3 polls since late last year. There was a Redbridge one late last year showing Labor going absolutely terribly, but that was while Files' leadership was in its crisis stage. So I don't think that's representative anymore. There was a Freshwater poll which had Labor behind 54-46. There was a UCOMS poll which was confined to Darwin and Palmerston, which was for an environmental group, and that wasn't so bad for Labor. That suggested that their vote was holding up reasonably in the Darwin area. A poll by UCOM's last election was actually very good, and that was a similar poll that was only of the same area. But UCOM's is a pretty erratic pollster. Freshwater is not much tested in this environment. It's got a pretty good federal record. It's really hard to place much weight on any of these, except they're all sort of within the range of outcomes we might get.
And obviously, you're more in the business of looking at what those polls do say. But do you have a feeling about how this is going to go, based on, as you say, right, that the trends we've seen polls? We obviously have seen 3 leaders in one term for a government, which is pretty extraordinary and not usually a good sign. So how do you see this playing out? And of course, as we've said, right, it is going a bit under the radar, right? It's in 2 weeks, and a lot of people know nothing about how it's going.
Yeah, it's had very little media attention until the last couple of weeks. It's been very little in the national press about this. It's sort of crept up on us all. I'd say that Labor is, based on historic patterns, they would seem to be likely to lose seats. The question is it enough, and who do they lose seats to? Do they lose a raft of seats to the CLP, or do things get messier in terms of seats going to independents, independents retaining their seats? Can the CLP get close to a majority on that basis? I mean, it is, if you get a substantial swing, the CLP could win a majority. You could see something like a flip of the current arrangement. But with so few polls, it's really very difficult to say. Just wait and see what happens on the day.
Absolutely. One, I guess, historical note from this is that there is a seat that the ALP isn't contesting. It was a seat that the CLP didn't contest back in 2020. It's independent held. We really don't see this often, do we? There was the case of a major party not contesting the seat. There was the Liberals in Richmond in Victoria in 2018. They didn't bother to endorse there. But it is pretty extraordinary. And I guess the NT, it kind of makes sense that it's happening there, given the few amount of candidates that run anyway. And I note that I think it may be only a decade ago or so, there were a couple of seats in the NT election which didn't even have a contest, which were actually just running unopposed at one point. So you do see these low candidate seats. What do you make of this particular seat and the government just not bothering to put up a candidate there?
Yes, we had this in the Tasmanian Legislative Council a few years ago, a seat got elected unopposed as well. So it does still happen sometimes. In this case, we do have a CLP opponent for the incumbent, India Mark Weiler. It's an independent who was elected by, I think, 5 votes the first time around, and then shored up his margin the second time. And this is a mainly Indigenous seat. The Labor happy with him and have decided not to bother running against him. They presumably don't think they can beat him anyway. So this is quite handy for psychologists, because it means that this seat is out of the 2-party preferred votes 2 elections in a row. So for 2-party preferred vote basis, we can just ignore it.
Spoiler, the voting centre is correct.
We don't have all this mess about talking about, this seat was in the 2PP last time, now it's not. But it'll be we'll see if the CLP are competitive against him there.
And you're still back with us live on 6 News. We have an update finally out of Fanny Bay as we wait to see what's going on there with the Greens, the CLP and Labor. We'll bring back in election reporter Maggie Perry. Maggie, what do you have for us?
All right, well, we've only got an extra 5% counted, which isn't that notable, but it is something.
It's better than the last few hours.
The Greens won the I have to check what voting centre it is. The Parup early voting centre. Although there's not much of a difference between all 3 candidates. That's pretty good news, because every new vote that's added is more and more likely to go in favour of Labor instead of the Greens. So as long as they can keep the distance between the Greens and Labor somewhat.
Because you mentioned there was some concern about early voting in terms of that dragging Greens under Labor and thus giving it to Labor.
Yeah, we'll still have to see.
It's a 9-vote difference between the Greens and the CLP.
Yeah, that's on the Parup early voting centre.
Oh, it's ridiculously close. I
but
just want
that's
this to be right. I don't care that it's the Greens. I just need to be right on something here for smug reasons.
I did want to point out the swings are pretty crazy in Fanny Bay. Minus 20% for Labour and plus 20% for the Greens.
What's the CLP swing? Practically nothing?
Plus 5%. Plus 5%. Which is something. I think we might have updates in other seats too. I'll just have to check. I was more focused on Fanny Bay.
No, fair enough. That's what we're paying you to be focused on here.
We've got updates in some seats that are very confidently already very safe, so we don't have to worry. But yeah, the most notable one was Fanny Bay. If the Greens stay ahead of Labour, they will win this. The Country Liberals have gone down to 38%, Greens 31%, Labour 28%. There's also an independent candidate we haven't been talking about on 3%. I don't know much about them, but I presume those votes will favour the Greens, so that is something to keep track of. But we'll have to wait for the early voting centres and the other votes, I believe, postals and absentee votes, to see how they are distributed.
Really
I hate to be the skeptic. I hate to be the skeptic here, but Power App isn't the win they were hoping for.
You reckon?
It wasn't the same lead that we were expecting. The thing is, its own lead. Let me check the figures again. 290 votes.
You know what's really annoying? The NTEC website, I respect their work, but they don't have any percentages for primary vote, which is really annoying. And
yes,
I can...
they
do they?
Yeah, what do you... First preferences, percentage.
They do
on
want
the
to
Fanny
go
Bay
to the
page, I don't
individual
see
seat.
it.
How you go down to first preferences by voting centre, and then go down to the
shut
second
up.
line.
Well, it should be more obvious. It should be more obvious.
It's in big black letters that says percentage.
Yeah, but it's not the first, thing you see. It's ugly. It's.
Well, anyway.
It's not up to the Leo Puglisi design standards,
I'm not sure if those are very high standards. Anyways.
Yeah. I mumbled, do we have that?
Yeah, we've only got 12 minutes. If we get any more votes, hopefully they're in Casuarina, in Nightcliff, or in Johnston. They're also in Down. Johnston is leading towards the Independent. The Independent's likely to win there, but Labour could still beat them. In Nightcliff, Labour's ahead, but the Independent could still beat them. In Casuarina, the Country Liberals are ahead of Labour, and in Fanny Bay, the Greens are ahead of Labour.
Right. Odd, annoying, but we'll see. Nightcliff will be interesting, and Natasha Files has been on the ABC all night, so I don't think we're going to get a MP loses their seat on live TV moment here, but we're not. Their coverage is done, but how long we got? 10 minutes. But it I guess remains to be seen what will happen there. That's right. Live from 6 p.m. Eastern on September 14, we'll have the New South Wales local elections right here on 6 News with all the latest coverage from all 100 plus local government areas, all the councils, all the directly elected mayors, and every single ward you can think of with every party affiliation, independent Liberals, independent Labor, independent Nats. We will have all of them covered for you. That's live on September 14, the only live broadcast coverage of the statewide local government elections in New South Wales, right here on 6 News. You do not want to miss this. Historic stuff. ABC's not doing live coverage like we are, broadcast that is, so we are very proud to be bringing that to you. Aren't we, guys? Aren't we all excited to be here covering the New South Wales local elections? Anyway.
And if you're being paid for it. I shouldn't say that on live air.
Yeah. True.
Well, I think the most likely figures we will end up with after all this is said and done is, I believe, Labour 5, Country Liberals 16, Independents 3, and then the last seat is a toss-up between the Greens and Labour.
Please, Greens, just so I can be right. Just so I can be smug. Please. Please.
Just a reminder, if the Greens manage to break through here, that's the first ever Green MP in the Northern Territory, federal or territory level. At a local level, I think they've got a small amount of councillors.
Yep.
One in Central Northern Territory, but this is a pretty good landmark for both Darwin City Council as well as the Alice Springs City Council too, which would be in 2025.
Yeah, and as I say, we'll keep you covered at localelections.com.au for that. I mean that genuinely. I'm actually trying to go get some Greens councillor on, and we can just chat. You know, what do we reckon the fallout from this is going to be if they win? Of course, if they win, it's a big if still. As much as I'd like it to be, I guess, a bit more short up for my sake, it is. I think we can all agree, it's definitely not short up at this point. We can just see that is important to mention the the composition there. We can already confirm, lock it in for 15 CLP MPs. We can only confirm 4 ALP MPs at this moment. 2 independents are locked in, and then there's 4 in doubt, which is this mix of independents, Labor, the CLP, and of course the Greens up in Fanny Bay. It is going to be very, very interesting, and there is actually a non-zero chance it could be a bigger crossbench than the ALP, which isn't actually that unheard of, because after 2016 there was a bigger crossbench than the CLP, although there was only 2 CLP then. So we will wait and see regarding that. I look forward to seeing how that ends up, but really it's a matter of waiting for these Greens results to come in, unless they're going to come in the next bloody 7 minutes. We will be covering this for you throughout the weekend. And look, I encourage you follow Maggie Perry and Stuart Jeffrey, and of course myself, Leo Puglisi, over on Twitter. We're going to be bringing you those details, results. Maggie does some great threads, and I encourage people to check them out. There was this great one a couple of days ago which really provided a full breakdown of what the NT had looked like. No errors in there, by the way, and the assessment of the CLP being a Nats equivalent, absolutely correct. So that's important to mention there. Just go follow us there, and there'll be some great threads on that. I really encourage you, because we're going to be bringing you these results right throughout the weekend. Actually, they won't be counting tomorrow. Throughout next week, we'll review all the latest Greens analysis and hopefully speak to any elected new MPs. Would love to have them on. If you're, I'm sure there's someone from the NT Greens listening. There always is. If you're on the NT Greens and you want to get us in contact with a potentially new MP, please let us know. Email us, contact at SIXNewsAU.com. Give us a DM on social media, please. I'd really love that. So anyone who's got a good contact, not Natasha Files' team, who, with all respect to Files and her team, they did not get back to us after the public interview accepting. But I'm kind of ranting to fill time here. We will start to wrap up here though, because we're running out of time for counting. Stuart, I'll leave it with you. Any final thoughts on, I guess, the historicness of this, especially as it relates to, of course, Lawler losing her seat and the CLP getting a very, very clear majority, despite, well, actually there were no polls saying otherwise, because there were no polls.
Well, again, the big thing for me is the comeback of the CLP compared to their 2 seats back in 2 elections ago, up to 7 in 2020, and then now forming a majority government. We thought it was behind minority, but it is a majority. And as a quick plug, GovCheck over the next few weeks will be doing a series looking at development of territory rights, including the election of David Pocock, but the development of territories and voting rights and their relationship with the states, because you get 2 senators in the states, get 12, so stay tuned for that as well.
Absolutely, I really encourage people to check that out. Between Parks Place and Capitol Hill has never looked so good, by the way. It's looking really great. Maggie, any of your final thoughts just quickly on how this night's playing out and what we will see in these remaining 4 undecided seats?
Well, I mean, we've just got about a few minutes until we might get yet another update, but of course we have to end it.
You wanted to. We can keep going till midnight if you want.
I did find it really interesting that there's a possibility that Labor wins 0 seats in the Darwin-Palmerston area. There's also a possibility that the crossbench ends up with more seats in Darwin-Palmerston than Labor. Maybe even the Greens end up with more seats than Labor in that area, which would be very surprising. But it's really interesting how all of the Labor seats that we've called, at least, are located in the remote Northern Territory. Clearly, they've had a really strong pushback in Darwin and Alice Springs and Palmerston, but we're not seeing something so similar on a remote Northern Territory scale, where the country Liberals, I don't think, have been able to gain a single seat from Labor in remote Northern Territory. I might be wrong, but that's very interesting and definitely something to look out for.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll just bring up those results one more time on screen for everyone watching at home in terms of the final seat count. We can call 4 seats for Labor, definitely. 15, a majority for the CLP, definitely. The Greens not yet to have a seat called, but could be close in Fanny Bay. We can also call 2 independents. Lisa Finocchiaro will become the next Chief Minister of the Northern Territory. She will be taking over from Eva Lawler, who has lost her own seat of Drysdale and will not be sitting as an opposition member in the next parliament. A CLP majority and an ALP chief minister gone from parliament all together in a pretty historic election night. 4 seats remain to be called, the most notable of those Fanny Bay, which the Greens are very hopeful in, and we say that they are likely to get, but nothing's locked in yet, and Nightcliff, which is held by the former chief minister, and where the Greens have also been competitive, Natasha Files, so she'll be hanging on there. A couple others as well. Johnston will be particularly interesting, with former Richmond footballer Joel Bowden, who's I mean, if he's been watching Richmond today, and I doubt he has, not the best day for Richmond, for anyone watching at home. You've been watching 6 News live as we bring you coverage of the Northern Territory election. I'm Leo Puglisi in Melbourne. That has been Maggie Perry and Stuart Jeffrey. They're doing a fantastic job all evening. Cannot thank them enough. Cannot thank you for tuning in at home and watching the best election coverage. The best election night team in the country. We'll be back September 14 for the New South Wales local government elections from 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Thank you very much for tuning in. Have a great night.
You're watching the Northern Territory Decides Election 2024. This has been a 6 News special presentation.
On 6 News, we do politics differently.
Welcome to Uncensored.
Thanks for having me on your wonderful program.
Are you confident that you can defeat David Crisafulli?
From long-form unedited interviews to taking a deep dive into Australian law and government.
Sure.
Mate,
I'm
not going to be
that's
held-
when you recant the respect for Indigenous Australians. Why axe them?
Well, it's certainly heating up outside here in Brisbane, and it will be heating up inside Parliament right now.
6 News understands talks about removing Palaszczuk have been